Nics are humming in the dead of the night. Electric bills climbing, ain't feeling right. Hash rates dropping, profits thin as air. I'm digging for gold, but there's none down there. I got the crypto mining blues, feeling like I just can't choose. But there's a spark in the AI glow. Rent my computer, let the profits grow. Once I was king with my GPUs, now I'm stuck paying the power dues. Every coin I mine feels heavier than lead, but I hear whispers of a future ahead. I got the crypto mining blues, feeling like I just can't lose. Switch my power to the AI flow, turn this burden into a glow. I see the light, it's flickering on. AI's calling my machines to respond. No more digging in the blockchain dirt. This pivot might just heal the hurt. I got the crypto mining blues, but I'm stepping in brand new shoes. The AI train's on a steady roll, gonna wreck compute and regain control.
I was digging deep in the digital ground, hoping for treasure, but nothing was found. The rigs were buzzing, the heat was real, electric bills biting like a thief who steals. Crypto mining blues got me feeling low. The profits are gone, where did they go? But there's a light shining through the haze. Renting compute might just save my day. I stacked up GPUs, thought I'd strike it rich, but the market's a beast with a wicked glitch. Hash rates climbing, rewards falling flat. Chasing that coin, I'm chasing a cat. Crypto mining blues got me feeling low. The profits are gone, where did they go? But there's a light shining through the haze. Renting compute might just save my day. AI knocking, it's a brand new game, whispering sweet that it knows my name. Ran out the power, let it learn and dream. A smarter hustle, a brand new scheme. Now my GPUs hum a different tune, training models under the cyber moon. No more digging, no more feudal race, just AI visions lighting up the space. Crypto mining blues got me feeling low. The profits are gone, where did they go? But there's a light shining through the haze. Renting compute might just save my days. Now my GPUs hum a different tune, training models under the cyber moon. No more digging, just AI visions lighting up the space.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Welcome, guys. Appreciate you guys being here tonight. Let's see who is here. Crewman's here. He's in the back, but I'll bring him on in a little bit. But let's see who else is here. We have Paulization, Squirrel Masters, Dan Bulmer, Cisco Cat. I know who that is. Hi, Joe. Northern Crypto and Tech, Random Miner, Rude Puts, although Rouge 1982, Random Miner, I didn't think I said his name yet, and that's everybody that's here so far. So good to see. Oh, and Gen X Made, I like that name a lot. There's actually like a comedy troupe. There's like 4 people that go around the country and do a comedy act, but they all have their own like YouTube and Facebook and all that kind of stuff. And there's the Real Shirley. I think I have her name wrong. Anyway, but and then Dad Bod Veteran is another one. Anyway, they're pretty funny. But yeah, they say a lot of what I think because yeah, it's just something about being Gen X. Just something about being Gen X. If you're Gen X, you know what I'm talking about. Miss the Kids in the Hall. God, that's a harkening back quite a long time. That's for sure. Actually, one guy at work is only like 22, and I was introducing him to Glenn Ross and The Boiler Room. And I was like, The Boiler Room was made 2 years before he was born. I was like, damn, I didn't think that movie was that old. But yeah, it's it was made quite a while ago. All right, well, before I bring in our guest or possibly guests, I have an announcement. So Monday went to the doctor and had I should actually bring up the picture. I'll bring up the picture sometime, the x-ray, but I had an x-ray done. And then they brought me into the room shortly after to talk to the nurse practitioner and then the doctor. And I looked at the x-ray and I went, oh, well, guess what? I know what's happening to me. I'm getting a new hip. So it's been scheduled March 11th. I will be going into surgery and getting a hip replacement. So Tuesday, I was going through like the 12 steps. I was not happy on Tuesday. I really did not want to go through with it, but I knew I had to. So anyway, through research and just becoming more used to it and understanding the process a little bit better, I've become more comfortable with it. But yeah, now it's a whole procedure of getting ready for it. I started prehab. They actually call it prehab. I started prehab on Thursday and we'll be going 3 days a week. Have to get a CT scan of the hip because they use that for mapping because they call it robotic assist. It's not robotic. It's just that it helps place things much more precisely to make sure that there's no leg length imbalance or that to make sure you minimize by placing it perfectly. You minimize any chance of hip dislocation. When things aren't placed perfectly, you have a greater risk of hip dislocation. So, and getting the anterior approach, which seems to be the thing everybody's talking about now. It's the modern approach. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to by about the end of April, I will be feeling a lot better. Probably even by the end of March, I'll be feeling better. But yeah, the time had come a while ago. I should have had this done at least a few years ago. But yeah, so when I had the x-rays, not only is it bone on bone, the ball of the hip joint, the ball of the femur is no longer round. It's oval. So it's been worn down. So yeah, no wonder it hurts. So once I have it done, like immediately the pain of the joint itself will be gone. It'll be replaced with other pain, muscle pain, bone pain, and incision pain. But the actual joint pain that I'm used to feeling will be completely gone. So yeah, I've got to get like an ice machine basically that, so I can ice is my friend, I've been told, in order to minimize all of the drugs. So yeah, so that's going to be a big change. So I will not, most likely, I can't imagine I would be streaming on, so I'm having it done on the 11th, which is a Wednesday. So the 12th, 13th, so I won't be streaming on March 14th. Probably will be streaming on March 21st, but not on March 14th. I'm probably still going to be a little loopy at that point. So anyway, I've kind of debated on actually doing some videos on it. I don't know. I got so many other videos that I really need to do, but I thought about it. I've seen other people do it, and I haven't seen people take it from this early in the process to say like how they feel and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, I am now excited about it. Very excited about it. Let's see who else has shown up. Random miner, routine stuff. Nanites. Yeah, I did wait. Yep. Like I said, I can show you guys the X-ray in a little while. I'll be online Thursday AM checking your rigs. It all depends on how drugged up I am. From what I've heard, the first 36 hours you're kind of awake, but after that, for the first week, you're out because your body is burning so many calories that you're just exhausted all the time, so you sleep half the day. As long as you can be comfortable enough. Actually, probably gonna rent a medical grade like lift chair recliner type thing. Just make it a lot easier to sleep, not have to worry about rolling over while I'm sleeping, because I'm not a back sleeper, I'm a side sleeper, but I can sleep in a recliner. So probably gonna do that unless the doctor tells me otherwise, but we'll see. All right, well, enough of that. Let me bring in the others. Now, again, give me a second because I always screw this up. Oop, wrong button. There's the right button. Wait a minute. Where'd everybody go? Hold on a second. What just happened? Hang on a second. Hold on a second. And then don't know where he went. Hold on. I'm sorry. Okay. So hobbyists will be here in 5. But Crute was here a minute ago, and now he's gone. So I don't know where he went. Very strange. Very strange. All right. Well, let me think about what. Oh, I guess I can talk about a few things. So one of the things I talked about about CES was that I was going to be getting an exoskeleton. I got the box here. Whoa, almost dropped it. almost pulled a Linus. So that is the box. So I haven't opened it up yet. I had other things I wanted to do today. Plus, and we'll talk about this in a little bit, some things going on with VAST that kept me up, work second shift. And then I got home, dozed off for about an hour, then woke back up, checked my rigs, found out one of my rigs was now verified and then is acting kind of goofy. So we'll go over that in a little bit. But I didn't go to bed until like 6 in the morning, and then woke up around 10, and then I was just doing other things, Panda stream and just a lot of different odds and ends things. Actually created another proxmox node, and so now I have a proxmox cluster because I have more than one. So I did create well, I forgot about that. I got to talk about that too. So I do have an Intel NUC that I acquired a while ago. I was running ETCMC on it and never did anything with it since. So decided, well, ETCMC is basically no longer. And again, we can touch on that. Rabbit talked about it the other day. But I wanted to repurpose that. It's got 4 cores, 8 thread. So I had earned enough Flux to now do another Cumulus node. I had 2 Nimbus nodes. Now I have a 3rd node and a Cumulus node. So I went ahead and created a proxmox node, and then created a VM for the Cumulus Flux node. And should have been a lot easier than it was, but I thought I could do things a certain way and I couldn't. Like, I thought, well, if I've got my ISO repository on my other node, well, why wouldn't I be able to access that from the other node? And you can't. You can create an external repository if you want, but you can't take a repository that's on another node, evidently. So that was something learned. And so anyway, so then I downloaded it to downloaded the ISO to that one, and then just I ran into a few problems along the way, but managed to get it fixed. And now it's up and running. So that took a little bit of time. Was dozing on off a little bit during the day. But yeah, so that was kind of most of my day, as well as kind of keeping an eye on VAST, because I wanted to keep an eye on this one 3x5090 rig that just got verified, and see if any other crazy things were happening. All right, I am going to bring in Hobbyist. I have no idea what happened to Crute. Did he come in here and say anything? I didn't see him say anything. Strange. Okay, well, hopefully he'll come back at some point. Oh, wait a minute. Before I bring in him, so Cisco Cat says, I'm bringing back the Network Bits channel to go live and do a raid stream where we crap on Helium, Hive Mapper, and other projects for 3 hours. Is that a 3-hour tour? Anybody get that reference? I'm sure somebody out there did. I'd love to have you as a guest. Sure. No problem. Be happy to. I'm sure somebody's going to want to crap on Flux, but Flux actually is doing some things. So, Crewman says technical issues, be right there. All right, let me see if I can bring in, let me see if I can bring in Hobbyist. Bear with me here 1 second. Can you hear me? Oh, Jesus, why does it do this?
I can.
It did this before. It echoed back.
We'll see if chat can hear me.
Well,
sure chat can hear me. But I don't think Max can hear me.
No, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
I can. Well, we're good.
No, the problem is I'm hearing myself coming back at me.
You have probably a window that you need to mute, I guess.
Oh, I know what okay, this is weird. Man, what the heck?
Magic.
Because normally it would be because it was.
You know, back in my day, we used to have a 2 PC rig that we would actually live stream on, and that was a hassle, let alone just going ahead in a 1 PC with a browser plugin. All right, whatever. You do you. I like it.
All right, mic aux, monitors off.
We're gonna wait
and
it
I
out.
have it muted on here. Oh, wait a minute.
You need to start writing notes, Max. I swear. Write notes. When I bring
The
in a
thing is, it
guest
changes
to-
every time. That's the thing. It changes every time.
I won't judge you. It's okay.
So strange.
I'll wait it out. You know, we're just gonna have.
I'm trying to remember what I did.
Did you fix it?
Not yet.
Okay.
If I mute in scene,
I can hear you. I can hear you.
now they can hear me.
Live.
Okay. No, that'll be okay. That's what it is. It's
All right. So
turn the
everyone
mic on
remind
over
him in
there.
the future.
Okay. So yeah, let me write it down. Let me write it down. Mic on
paper.
in OBS. This is for
Awesome.
Video Ninja. VDO Ninja. And then muted in video.
Max is like that parent of yours that has sticky notes all around their monitor. You know, that's Max right here. I'm just all these little notes. Look at him. He's looking like, yep, absolutely.
Nothing wrong with that.
Awesome. So I caught your reference earlier. I will be your Gilligan if you'll be my skipper. All right.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, so I'm glad you're old enough, I think, or either that or
Yep.
you were raised right, one of the
100%.
two.
Yes, both. 100%. Yes, which is good. But yeah, how's it going?
It's going good.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm like I said, it's been a whirlwind of a week, just kind of coming to terms with the reality. And so it's been, I mean, it's like, should it be that big of a deal? I guess not in hindsight, I guess, but for me, I've never been put out.
Chat here, your geriatrics that we're talking about here, you know.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. All right.
I mean,
cool.
it's they term it as like I can't even say it. Prosthetic.
Yeah. Yep.
So, and I guess I never really thought about it that way, but I'm like, yeah, I guess it is in a way. But what they do say is that this surgery is it's second to cataract surgery.
How long
as far
will you
as
be out for
satisfaction?
work, or is it to be determined?
It'll be somewhat to be determined. I just put it in for 6 weeks. That should I put it in for 7.
You're not
just to be
complaining.
sure.
I bet you're like, man, I really want to be there. You know, like, come on. We know you. We know you.
I'll tell you what, I'm ready for some serious time off. This isn't exactly how I had envisioned it, but yeah, I'm kind of, in order to kind of psych myself up for this, I'm like, hey, you're not going to have to think about work for minimum of 4 weeks. And I'm like, that sounds pretty nice. That sounds pretty nice.
Good for you. That's great. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Excited for you. It should be fun.
Yeah, I'm, well, I wouldn't call it fun, but
hey, it'll be a good thing. All right.
It will definitely be a good thing.
Yeah, it's great. Very cool. What's up, Mr. Croup Man? Welcome, welcome. Maybe he can't hear us or he's not paying attention.
I don't
That's
know
on
what
him.
he's doing.
I'll notice eventually, you know. That's all right. He has something muted. That's all good. But no, that's great. Happy to hear. I mean, I think that's awesome. You were talking about VAST earlier, so I thought I'd share a few things.
Yeah.
So I have been struggling to get rented on VAST for several weeks now. I had a few rents here and there when I first put my 8 rigs on there, which is funny. My one rig, so there's one rig that I had hit up Max on many times, and we couldn't figure out what was wrong with it, where we thought it was the power supply. I swapped that out, didn't do it. Where it would just go ahead and like go into like a locked up state, and the rig would have some type of I can't remember what that error was. You had messaged it over to your VAST contact and they were like, oh yeah, it's on our side. Well, it wasn't. So then I ended up swapping out the motherboard. If you remember, it had like the 350 motherboard, and I swapped it with a brand new 550. Same thing. And I was like, I remember saying to Max, I'm like, I'm going to replace this entire rig by the time I'm done. And so I went ahead, and the next thing was CPU. So it still did it with a new motherboard. So I swapped out the CPU, and lo and behold, that's exactly what it was. So long story short, I've been using that over here to the side, doing some testing on on Salad. Not going to spoil anything, but I've been doing a Salad test for 30 days with a 5090 that I have in the rig, 64 gigabytes of memory, 2 terabyte NVMe with my 5 gig NIC card in it, and my internal network has 2.5 now. So I even reached out to Salad and said, listen, I didn't give them the rig number, but I said, listen, I am giving you, like, I feel like a pretty badass rig, right? Like, I'm handing Salad a pretty badass rig, and I'm going to test this for 30 days and let's see how this goes. Because I've been in the past, I was like all Salad on board, but I'd say over the last like several months, it's just like, there is nothing there. Nothing there at all. And I turned everything on, crypto mining on, like bandwidth sharing. I just did everything and was like, take it and see how it goes. So that's the one rig. So my 7 other rigs have been on VAST. I've been struggling to get rented until literally I hit up Max today, because I'm like, Max, listen, these rigs are sitting at 97.1% and they will not move up. Like, they're just sitting there and they're not getting rented. What do we do? So what do we decide to do, Max? Give a rundown.
Lower the price. Drop your pants on the price. It's in order to. It's basically what I have found, and I've heard this from the people at VAST as well, that your reliability score will go up faster if you are rented.
Yeah.
So that's what we basically lowered.
It was
the price.
instant. It was instant. Like, we lowered it, and within an hour, they all got rented. It was funny because I lowered them and I didn't pay attention to anything. I was telling Max before the stream. I went ahead and I check on my like temps in all my different sheds all the time. And my temps right now, I've been keeping all the fans off in my home shed. So it's usually 70 to 80 Fahrenheit. All of a sudden I look, it's 105. And I'm like, what is going on? I'm like, what has changed? And I was like, maybe I got rented. Loaded up VAST. All of my 73090 rigs were all instantly rented. And I'm like, I'm fine with that, right? I'm like, great, we lowered prices. I'd rather have them rented and not at all. And even went out there to take a look. Each rig's doing about 650 watts, give or take. Bounces around a tiny bit within 10, 20 watts. But yeah, so I'm thrilled. I am happy that they're being put to use and already earning, money, which is fantastic.
Nice. Very nice. Yeah, my 5090 rig, the one that just got it was 4 a.m. last night. So I would basically get home from work.
Yeah, why were you up at that hour? What am I missing?
Because I'm working second shift. So I get home like last night I got home around 1:30 because we got off a little bit early at 12:30. But normally I'm home at about 2 or a little bit after. And I sit down, get something to drink, have a little bit of a snack before I go to bed. And usually it's like 3 o'clock by the time I go to bed. Unless, of course, I fall asleep in my chair. And then it's usually about between 4 and 5 before I go to bed upstairs. So in this particular case, I woke up at 4 and I'm like, oh, okay, kind of dopey. And I'm like, well, let me do one last check of my VAST rigs. And I was checking it specifically because I want to know, basically I have the network card that I need to install in my Octoserver, but every time I go to install it, it's like 4 out of 6 are rented. I'm like, okay, maybe I won't do it.
So you got to do
now.
like a maintenance window, right?
I can, but I'm like, so there.
You don't want to touch it. You're like,
I don't want to touch it. I'll go back to that in a second. I will definitely go back to that in a second. But I've been basically doing like one day, like my, it's only a 1 day window right now. Like, it'll expire if I let it expire. But right
Okay.
now I keep going to the next day but like right now
Yeah.
there's only one rented, but now my next window's at like 11:15 tomorrow morning. And probably when I go to
Okay.
tomorrow morning, it'll probably have like 4 out of the 6 rented again. And I'll be like, damn it.
Got you.
But anyway, so that's why I was specifically going in there to look for that. And then I just happened to be scrolling down. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? And I look and I'm like, holy cow, that my Threadripper system is finally verified. And
Oh,
so
good
then
for
I'm like,
you. I'm
so then I'm like,
envious.
yeah, so I'm like really excited. So of course now I'm wired. So then I'm
Yeah.
like, so I'm looking and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, now I'm rented. But boy, that rental was screwy as hell.
Okay.
So he came on board, and almost immediately it appeared that well, first of all, the first thing that happened was my reliability score started dropping. And this is
Which
not the
isn't that
first time.
normal when you rent that it drops?
No. Only the first time.
Oh,
Not
okay,
every
gotcha,
time. Only the
okay.
first time. This has
Gotcha,
been
okay.
rented before. So
Okay.
I'm like, and it was consistently, it went all the way down to 80%. And I'm like, what
Wow,
the hell?
okay.
And it actually showed
Yeah.
offline. And I'm like, it's not offline. I'm like
Huh.
pinging and doing, I'm like, there's nothing wrong with this. And then it showed
Yeah.
back online. I'm like, what the hell? And there's definitely been stories of this. I'm not alone. I know other people have had this issue. So I got online with VAST support. They were of really no
Okay.
help because at that point, most of that had like come to a halt. My reliability just kept
Okay.
going up after that. But it was weird. I mean, this guy downloaded over 600 gigabyte of data.
Okay.
That's a lot. And then he was running, what the hell was it called? Unpigs? UNPIGZ, but basically it's like a compression utility. In this particular case, a decompression utility. So it was almost like he was uploading to my machine so that he could decompress these files using the Threadripper. It seemed like he was using more of the CPU than he was of the GPUs. They were being used a little bit with a Python a Python activity, but yeah, I was just like, what is this guy doing to my machine? Because it was just so squirrely.
Yeah.
And there was a time where it was still downloading, but there wasn't anybody renting my machine. But the good thing about it is it made me realize I was totally maxing out my internet link. I was getting over 2 gig.
Wow. What do you have now? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
So it was good in the fact that because and Swamp 7 knows this, my internet was horrible. Internet dropout. LACP fixes that. What is it?
Not familiar.
I don't know what LACP is. Swamp 7, I
Yeah,
have
well, with
so much to learn.
Oh, I know, right? Trust me, I'm learning a ton from Max. So I'm glad Max is learning from someone else, which I think is great. I mean, yeah, I just looked right now, loading up my cloud gateway, and with all my rigs rented right now, and us doing this, I'm at like 13 by 10. So it's like, nothing crazy in that regard, which isn't a huge deal to me. But yeah, it's good to know. Good to know, absolutely, in that regard. I thought I would respond to DJ's message in chat for us to pivot here a little bit, because I know we'll go chat more about VAST here. But DJ brought up Bitcoin's current price dropping. What are we at? 78.8 right now, and love to get your thoughts and input on it, as I know you have very much been in this, I'm going to call it a micro trader mindset.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts, and what are your reactions from like buying and selling?
Well, I mean, mine's some 10. I even commented on Panda's stream. He's been calling for this for a long time, and I knew he was right. It's just a matter of the timing. And so timing the market is always very difficult. I don't time the market. I just trade ranges, assuming that the ranges are going to stick. And if they don't, they don't. But when things go up, I sell. When things go down, I buy. So I made my last buy at about 82,000, and I got nothing left at this point to buy more. But if it goes down more, and I am fully ready for it to go down more, I mean, you look at what is happening. It's funny because people are like, oh, the Epstein files. The Epstein files have nothing to do with this. Zero. Inflation was up on Friday. The inflation was 0.7% for the month.
Yeah.
So that's huge. That's like 3 times greater than what we need it to be. Now, is that just, tariffs finally coming, forth,
Sure.
and it's going to be a single event, or what? And that's the thing nobody knows. And so what does the market hate? Uncertainty. And so that raises a big uncertainty as to, I don't care who the head of the Fed is. Bottom line is, if inflation's going up, interest rates are not going down, because it'll just
I don't think the Fed there he is. I don't think the Fed announcement really had any, I don't think the Fed announcement was any trigger to this.
No, not at all. It was that
agreed.
came before the inflation report, so that had nothing to do with it. But I just mean going forward, because everybody's thinking, oh well, we should get maybe 2 or 3 rate reductions throughout the year, and I was in that camp too. I thought that would happen. And now with this latest inflation report, I'm really questioning it. And when the economy doesn't appear to be doing well, and we have the highest layoffs since the pandemic, when the economy's not doing well, people start worrying. And what do they stop doing? They stop investing in risky assets. So
I mean, I agree with you. I think, we have been in a period of uncertainty for a long time now, right? I wouldn't say it's anything new. I think cost of living has been up significantly. I mean, regardless of making, progress, there's definitely been progress here and there. We've seen oil prices drop, but a lot of the things that affect the everyday person have continued to go up. And, when I look at it, I'm like, great thing within our circles is electric, right? Like electric continues to go up at an abusive rate. And that's just cutting in to people's pockets. That's a huge one there. Cost of food, I'm not feeling any better about the cost of food when my wife goes food shopping. It's not like, wow, this is down type of deal. Now, I am absolutely an outlier, right? I'm not working a traditional W-2 job. I'm working for myself. So I'm not feeling it like everyone else is. And I can definitely sympathize with it. But I do see the fact that people just don't have disposable income. And this is nothing new. This has been around for quite a while now, years, I would say at this point. The gold and silver game, I think, has been very interesting to say the least. I know several people that bought into gold just before it, within the last 12 months or so, put a ton of money into it, and have walked away with fortunes from it. A guy that I'm working with, that I'm close friends with, that actually is now taking that money. He took his win and is reinvesting it into miners. He's taking it from one investment, going into another one, buying them when they're cheap and everything. And it's working out well for him. But I unfortunately, I think there's been a lot of sells on Bitcoin over the last few weeks, and I think the rest of the market just responds. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting listening to you guys talk about that, right? Because you're not wrong on any of that.
You just muted. Did you touch your mic? You just muted yourself halfway through that conversation. What'd you click? I feel like you touched something on your mic.
Yeah,
feel free to.
It was funny because he touched his mic, and that's exactly
and that's what it went on.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
There you go. Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
So
All right.
This is a brand new setup, so it's really clunky right now. But anyway, what you said was super interesting. But an interesting thing that I've heard in a lot of circles, right? For PC parts, for example, I talk to a lot of my contacts in the industry and everything, and PC parts, as you know, are more expensive than they've ever been, right? They're crazy. But high-end parts, for everything, for motherboards, for not counting RAM and graphics cards, but none of it's in stock. The amount of people that are buying high-end PC parts right now are off the charts. Now, these numbers don't really get reported, and everything that I was shared with was off the record. But the sales for extremely high-end advanced PC parts are through the roof, which is odd because, like you said, everything's more expensive and spending is down across the board. But the people who have money are spending a shit ton of it.
Yeah, correct. I would agree. I mean, I definitely see it. I mean, I saw it right leading up to the end of the year. You know, I do a ton of consulting with people that are far wealthier than anyone within my circles, and they're always looking to offload, you know, a lot of money so they don't owe it to the IRS at the end of the year.
Yeah,
last guy I talked to was looking to spend $600,000 just to offset his actual income with the IRS. And those in chat not familiar with some of the changes within the big beautiful bill, more specifically 179, you can appreciate in full in the current year the entire cost of that miner. So a lot of people were looking for, hey, I'm going to take it and do that, and a lot of people were spending money. You're absolutely right. I think, Max, would you agree that the separation between the wealthy and your everyday person is growing more and more? I feel like it is
every day.
what I'm seeing. Yeah.
So like in my day job, right? Without getting into specifics, we're booming, and like my day job is like an indicator if stuff is going to go haywire or not. And it's not making sense right now because like my customers are spending more than they've ever spent before. And the economy seems like it's not healthy, but it kind of is. I don't know how to explain it. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of,
I think it depends on the sector you're in though. That's really the thing.
I would agree.
Services, I think, are what are actually getting hit the hardest right now. Hard goods, not as much, especially if you're talking about things that people just need. Like in my particular case, we have a pet food company and a canned food, we'll just call it canned meat company. So in both of those cases, and one of them is like canned tuna, so we're going into Lent, they're going nuts. And then the other one thought they were going to be flat going into this year, and they're not. They're like their volume seems to keep going up. So I think there is a mindset out there that is like, we better concentrate on getting sales now because we're unsure of where the economy is. So if we have the opportunity, we have to make the best of every single opportunity. And so that's why I think a lot of companies are doing exactly what you just said. They're spending a lot of money, especially when it comes to logistics. And because they want to, you know, basically while the business is hot, take advantage of it. So I don't know. It is a weird economy right now where people do have money to spend, but people are still very nervous. You look at, consumer polls, and basically they're saying, you know what, we're not really sure about what this economy is going to hold. But
correct.
What it really comes down to is the consumer still spending? And honestly, they are still spending.
Yeah, I think there was a point there made by 619. It says the economy is doing great, and that's why crypto is doing bad. The dollar is strengthening, and then he comments on like California gas is under 350. That's amazing for California. Absolutely, I sympathize for the people in California and the cost of living. I think a lot of it is, you know, and this is just me, but I think a lot of it comes down to like, regardless of the economy moving in the direction, which I think we could all say like is good, like, right? Like we're moving in a good direction. I think a lot of the uncertainty, meaning the political uncertainty, the world uncertainty, and I think even in the US, like just a lot of, I would say uncomfortable and uncertainty revolving around the political side of things doesn't give people the warm and fuzzies to go out and spend boatloads of money. I mean, personally, that's what I see amongst my circles is like, people are just like, not feeling the best there. When we see, you know, a lot of unrest from the left and the right, and we don't have to get political on it, regardless of what side of the aisle you're in, but when we see a lot of uncertainty and a lot of unrest between those two parties, which we're absolutely seeing right now, I think a lot of people are just kind of, you know, and I think that's what we're seeing right now, right? I think the economy is, you know, what we're seeing with Bitcoin, I think is a reflection of just a lot of that, you know, people just kind of a little concerned on the direction that things go. And so for me, like I kick myself a little bit about the fact of like, I was very much on my list of things to do and always gets bumped was to go ahead and consolidate a lot of these cryptos that I'm in, you know, to go from, you know, 40 to 60 different cryptos that I'm taking losses on plenty of them and just rolling it into better positions. I don't mind doing it, but I'm doing it, you know, because it's got to get done, and could have done it sooner. And now where we are right now, it's like, okay, you're not going to do it where we are now. You know, things are even lower than they were I might as well wait. But yeah, that's at least how I'm feeling about it right now.
No, but what you say is interesting, right? So again, regardless of politics, regardless of where you lean, the one thing I will say is usually any kind of political unrest, the stock market just goes, well, right now it's not happening. Like if you look at the stock market for the last year, like through from Trump's inauguration, we are through the moon. And that is, you know, I'm not making it political because it doesn't, what I'm trying to say is like the market's almost immune to what's going on right now. And like kind of to go along with what you said.
Oh, because you're seeing all the positivity from like the crypto advancements right now, but unfortunately we're seeing negative, like the price continues to drop regardless.
Yeah, like what I'm not talking crypto, I'm just talking like stocks in general. Like they're not, the stock market's not reflecting events the way it usually is. And again, to back up what you're saying, hobbyist, it definitely feels, and tell me if you guys disagree, but it feels like a tale of two economies and nobody's sure where we're going to go. And like, as long as it goes up, why would you not keep investing or keep spending? But people, like, again, what like Max said, I don't think anybody really knows what's going to happen because this is like a really weird economy where, like, on one hand, eggs are stupidly expensive, but on another hand, the stock market's going through the roof.
Yeah, like they're not, it's not mirroring each other, which I think that's a lot of confusion, like, you know, which is really, really odd. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's red across the board. I'm looking up at it. Do I fear it's going to go lower? Probably, you know, it absolutely will, but it doesn't change anything for me. Like I just deployed 10 script miners in the last week for myself and continue to grow, you know, my farm, and it doesn't affect anything for me because I continue to mine through, continue to build, and you know, because I know on the other side of things it's always sunny, right? So it'll eventually come, whether it's right now or a year from now, you know, whatever that may be.
Can you, I don't know if you can share this number, so stop me if you can't, but what is your shut off number for Bitcoin? Do you have a number where you like?
No, I'll mine through. Absolutely. I mean, I'll continue to mine through. I mean, that's something that I learned very quickly. The nice thing is for me is like, I have done a good job over the last year of selling off old miners that are not the latest. Like my oldest miner right now running is an S21. I got S21 Pros, I got S21 XPs, I just bought a whole bunch of Volk Miner D1s, I got L9s, so you know, a lot of AlphaPex DG1 pluses, and you know, I you know, that's really, script has really kept me afloat. I have not bought any new Bitcoin miners at all, and just spent my money on script miners at this point, because script, I believe, will keep me afloat.
Hey,
what do you think about?
Hang on. So I wanted to head on. Squirrel Master says partial government shutdown right now as well.
Yeah.
My understanding was that actually, shocker, calmer minds prevailed. They came to an agreement to just basically continue on the
I don't think
current
it really
funding
shut
level for everything that was not agreed upon for at least another 2 weeks was what I thought was agreed upon. If anybody has any more newer information, let me know. But that can's been kicked down the road. So that would, I was expecting, honestly, I heard that and I immediately made sure I got my last buy-in for Bitcoin, figuring that it would jump. But I didn't know about the inflation report at the time. So,
well, it's also a combination of all the news outlets reporting that the government shutdown's moving forward and all that, you know, riding that wave when it's not entirely true, which, you know, so yeah, I mean, that doesn't help either, right?
Yeah, this,
you know,
this government shutdown will be nothing like the last one because it's only a partial one.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Hey, hobbyist, real quick, what do you think about the new A16 XP from Can-Am? The 300 terahash one.
Until I see it, I won't believe it. But I mean, it looks good.
Assuming it releases on schedule, what do you think about it?
So the A16, awesome, like cool. I think it's great. The challenge is like the only people buying Bitcoin miners like in that point are really people are really larger crypto mining farms. Because here's a great example. Okay, a hydro Bitcoin miner right now was making, now this was like 2 weeks ago, I think I looked at this, it was like 495 terahash, was doing $9.99 a day. An AlphaPex DG1 Plus was doing $13 a day. Why would I buy that Bitcoin miner? There's no reason to. Like, The issue is like regardless of these new Bitcoin ASICs coming out, there's no drive from the common man to buy them. There really isn't, because you could take that shortcut and just buy a script miner for a fraction. I mean, seriously, an AlphaPex DG1 Plus, I just bought one yesterday. It was $1,580. Like, seriously, a hydro miner at almost 500 terahash is like close to like 10,000. What? Like, the math's not mathing. Which one would you prefer, $13 or $9 a day?
Yeah, the Can-Am one is $5,500 on their official site.
Yeah, it's just like what it. I get it 100%. The issue is that a lot of these large mining farms are not looking to take the quote risk on other coins other than Bitcoin. Now, some of them have started to diversify into script. I was actually at that 30 megawatt immersion farm the other day, and they have started diversifying as well into script with L9s, and it's becoming more and more common. I'm hearing more and more about it. So they're starting to look at script as not an altcoin, and it's actually like breaking out on its own as like, oh no, we're seeing the writing on the wall. But they're so late to it, right? Like, so many of us have pivoted to script well before now.
So they're not just like doing what they did with all those Caspa miners, where they just sell the Caspa and buy into Bitcoin. They're actually gonna.
Well, they're selling the script right into Bitcoin, which is normal. I mean, they're selling any Dogecoin rewards and stuff like that, which is normal. Absolutely. I mean, but I don't blame them. I mean, that's what I'm doing. So yeah, absolutely. What were you saying, Max?
I was going to say something, but I was responding to. I was going to respond to 619 OTA.
Okay.
The electric company isn't the one that actually wins, believe it or not. It's not the utility that wins. It's the power providers, which sometimes is a utility.
Sure.
But in most cases, it's a separate company. Like in the Illinois area, Constellation Energy owns most of the nuclear power plants. They are the winners in all this. Not the actual utility. Everybody wants to vilify the utilities because they're the ones who have to set the rates, but they're subject to the power provider rates and what they're actually providing. So
I haven't said it public before, but Constellation is actually the company that I have my 3-year agreement with.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yep.
They're in Pennsylvania?
They are not. So they are, but they are not. So Constellation Energy is not open to public. So I went through a power broker that introduced me to Constellation and managed that agreement. And because I had 12 months of history with very high electric consumption, I mean, last year my average was about 660,000 kilowatt hours is what I used last year. That allowed me to chat with them just to get in the door, because Constellation provides power to the big data centers. They provide power to the big mining farms. And that's who I got my agreement through, was actually Constellation Energy. So I'm locked in with them for 3 years, which is great, which actually
you're golden.
awesome.
Yeah.
You're like the only person in PA that's not screwed, because I'm sure your home rate, just like mine, is outrageous.
my home rate here. Yeah, I mean, my electric bill this past month was like $600, and I was like, damn it. Now, granted, like I'm running like Canaan Avalon Q in my son's bedroom. I have a Flue Miner L1 Pro in my garage just to bring up the temp a little bit. And then I got, out in the shed now, these AI rigs, and I got a rig over here. So like I'm using a decent amount. But yeah, my electric rate here is anywhere between 15 to 17.
I'm at 18 here.
I'm just biting the bullet.
I hate you guys. Gotta find ways to bring it down. Like I said, by the way, anybody who's thinking about doing community solar, $200. It expires today. Actually, now that I think about it,
I don't get enough.
Red Fox was talking about that the other day because I was out visiting him. I drove out and visited him. We recorded 5 videos just in one afternoon. It was awesome.
Oh, nice.
And one of the videos we talk about solar that'll be coming out, and he was talking about community solar. Actually, I think
there is no negative to it. You are paying for whatever energy that the solar farm produces, but at a reduced rate. And in my case, it's 20%. Now, can I say exactly how much they are going to produce every year? No, it depends on the weather, depends on if they have any problems at the farm. I mean, so it's somewhat undetermined, but whatever they provide, you are paying them 20% less than what you're going to be paying the utility. And I mean, I cannot tell you, could not be happier with the way that it has worked out. Now, the one last piece that I can't wait to get is the all electric heat rate, and I'll get 3 cents less. And,
Have you still not gotten an electric bill yet?
So, okay. So interestingly enough, so I did get an electric bill, but I didn't. So that was what was kind of strange.
How's that work? How's that work? Can you explain that one?
Because it hasn't
Yeah, I want
been.
to do this.
The problem is that they sent me a bill because my last bill before this was through the middle of August. They just sent me a bill through the middle of September, but they added every single community solar credit through the middle of December. So I actually still have a credit left on the bill. So I didn't owe them anything.
Oh, got you.
Now I'm going to obviously owe the community solar. So I get the credit before I actually have to pay the community solar company. That's what I think is really crazy. But anyway, so that's going to be the last bill that was at that higher rate. But what I'm looking at is I think I'll be able to be under 10 cents consistently.
That's great.
Right?
I mean,
I'm
for
so
a
jealous.
residential rate, that's crazy.
Dude,
My last
my
one was at
bill-
12.8. And so if that holds true to the next month, that would put me at 9.8, 9.7 actually.
My
Yeah, but you're
bill
not
is
doing much
literally-
right now, I would imagine, for
Well-
solar. I mean, this time of year, your solar is close to nothing, I would imagine.
Well, again, the community solar is still pretty big because I have a lot of it. But yeah, my solar at home, my December was horrible. We had a bunch of snow and it was cloudy all the time. We had no sun. So yeah, it was the worst December I've ever had.
How much snow did you get, hobbyist?
We got 18 inches here.
So,
is where
and
we
it- and
ended
it's-
up.
And it's not going anywhere. So like, how are your miners doing with all the freaking snow everywhere? And
So the shed here usually was 60 to 70 degrees. And I have the fans. I actually had to go out. The fans were off, but I opened my shutter fans here at the top of my home shed just to let out some heat. And right before the storm, I closed them because of the sub-freezing temperatures. So we were sitting at 60 to 70 degrees. It was great. It has been. But I was telling Max, like earlier today, I went and looked, and all of a sudden it was 105. And I'm like, why is it 105 in there? It's because my AI rigs got rented. So that was the one thing. My other two sheds did good. I just released a video this past week. I did get some snow in my one shed, just a little. I should say a little pile, probably about a 1 to 2 foot pile right inside of the door vents. I did not, which I should have, covered anything below your knees with plywood, and I did not do that, and so I got a little bit of snow in there. But literally, like, I was over there 2 days after the storm, and even on my exhaust side, there was no snow there because of all the heat coming out of that shed. So yeah, mine did good. No issues at all. My miners mined through, didn't lose power or anything.
Nice. Yeah, same with us. And my DG1 has been keeping my mining shed warm because I have to keep it above 40 or the drywall will crack. Because I took my mining shed and this is it. I'm in it now. I turned it into a studio.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask. I was going to ask, is this the shed now? All right, cool.
This is the shed. This
Oh,
is the
nice.
whole shed. Now,
So now you got to turn it into what you want. Like, that's the nice thing. It's also the hardest thing is to turn like your studio setup into what you want. Like, that is, I'm still working at mine, so I totally get it.
so it's really awesome. I got a bunch of sponsors. I got all the computers are sponsored. I got TP Link they're gonna sponsor all the internet. So I have a lot of stuff coming. But like you said, like I'm using my old camera, so it's like at an angle right now, and I'm still getting the swing of everything. So we'll see.
Yeah.
It's a work in progress.
Yep. It always is. It always is. 100%. I get it.
But it's sad, right? Because like my fans are outside, half covered in snow, and it's just like I see the last bit of stuff. Like I brought in some PMDs in here, and I had to clean all the pollen off, and I'm like, oh man, what a bygone error.
Yeah.
And I literally still have 200 amps of power in here, and I have 130 amp turned on.
That's all right. That's good. Always room for expansion, which is good. But that's great. That's good. That's exciting. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think eventually my goal is to, and who knows, but eventually I plan to I want to put a 2-story shed out in the property I have here, and make that my studio. Like all like windows, everything like that. Just get out and build that into having a decent size that has multiple rooms. to be able to do like different setups in different rooms. Like one room is an unboxing room with different cameras set up statically, you know, things like that. One room is just for recording, things like that. So yeah, we'll see. That's a pipe dream at this point, because it's not necessarily absolutely needed, but we'll see what happens.
But well, what about your shed at home? Can you do something like that with that, or is it too small to do anything in?
No, the shed at home is perfect because like I put everything out there now. Like almost
Yeah.
everything goes out there now. So like AI rigs are out there, my solo miners are all out there. Like I have no plan to mess with that thing, and that's too small too. That's like 6x7. Like that thing is definitely small, without a doubt.
It's funny you say that, because my garage, like where it all started, I still have 3 240 volt 30 amps in there, and I'm putting the AI stuff all in like one rack in the garage. And
There you go.
I don't think it'll heat it up too much, and if it does, I'll just deal with it. You know, we all have to evolve, right? Because like you can't mine at home anymore. That dream is dead.
So Max, question, or just for the group, anyone buy anything recently? Any new hardware?
Well, like I said, I'm buying hardware, but not GPUs. So I did buy this. I'm going to be buying some networking equipment. What else did I buy?
I might buy an
Those are the main
A6000.
An A6000, nice.
Yeah,
For AI, or what are you doing with it?
Yeah, for AI and rendering. I might get it.
Okay.
I'm trying to get it sponsored. We'll see. No, look, I get the thing. Like the only thing that I can't get for free is 5090s right now. Well, not free, but for content. So like,
Sure.
you know, I got 2500 watt power supplies coming in to see if they don't suck. We'll see
Okay.
if they're any good.
I did. I've been. So I just signed up yesterday for that. Like I don't know what it's like. Nvidia. It's Nvidia's like New Egg Shuffle is what I call it.
Okay,
It's kind of like, you know, yeah. I just signed up for it because I hadn't been signed up for it. And I bought in those two 5090s. One I got for 2600, the other one for 2750 on Facebook Marketplace from a guy still in the box, Founders Editions. They were from that program. And then a community member reached out who I know, one of my mods, and was like, hey, I just got one in. I'm not going to use it, but I bought it. You want it? I'll sell it to you for MSRP. So I was like, fantastic. So I paid $2,000 for that one. So I got my third one. And so now I got a few people looking out for me for those that I can buy from that are signed up for it. So that's kind of my plan, just to keep looking for the deals. It's all going to come from Nvidia's Founders Edition avenue, because
the supply
what's that?
is the supply of 5090s. I can tell you now is trash. It is beyond bad, and it's going to get worse. Like,
well, the challenge is like everyone marks them up like crazy. So like, and it's being throttled now is what I see. So like, you know, Nvidia is just releasing a little bit of like, it's a supply and demand game. Like we absolutely saw this during the GPU days where it was like, we're going to release a little bit at a time. We create massive demand, and oh, well, you know, it's like Nvidia used to be like, oh, well, our 30s, 60s, and 70s, our MSRP is this price. And it's like, that price means nothing because you sell to your resellers and the resellers mark them up.
But they're not getting them. What I'm telling you is, talking to the contacts I have, they're not even getting them. Like, so when I got to play with all the new 5090s that were like at CES, like they don't even have release dates. Besides the MSI Lightning, they don't even.
Honestly, I wouldn't even bother with anything other than Nvidia right now. I wouldn't even bother. All these third party MSIs, all your other brands. What's the point?
The only reason we're getting Founders, so I don't know if you know, but a 5090 is just a failed A6000. Like it's just a badly binned A6000. So everything is going to the A6000s. Like, and that's why the only GPUs that they're actually, now, you know, this is not confirmed, but it is, but it isn't, is the 5080s being made, the 5070, and that's basically it. Like,
well, I mean, I just don't know why anybody would look for any, like, because when I look out there and you look at like an MSI or something, Asus, whatever these brands are for 5090s, people are getting them, or they're being sold for $1,000 more. It's just not worth it. Like, why would you waste your time? You could have seen this a mile away, like in September, like, so in August, the 5090 was like 2300, right? And you could easily get them for like 21. And then in September, they jumped to 25, 26. Now you could get them for lower, but that was when people started sounding the alarm bells.
And I reached out to some people and they're like, supply is drying up and it's going to be gone real fast. And then we're not even playing with the VRAM yet, right? So like I started telling people to buy, and then they started selling out, like not because of me, but like people figured it out. And then like by October they jumped up to 31. And then what happened was, I don't know if you saw, but the Astral, the 5090 Astral was 3350, and that started to be the only one in stock. And once people realized that that was a good deal and bought that up, then the next batch, if you got them, were 4,000. So like it's just
there's no performance value in my book going from Founders Editions to any of these other brands. Like you might as well just play the game.
I got an Astral for 2,300. Best Buy had them for like an hour, right? And I did a test with the Founders and the Astral. There's a 5% difference, and
it's not worth it.
No,
it's
no,
not worth it. The price.
Not.
Yeah,
it's not.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling you, like I have both. It's a $1,350 price difference.
It's crazy.
So I didn't think that was right. So A6000 is Ampere. 5090s are Blackwell. You're talking about the RTX Pro?
I get them confused.
Are you talking about the RTX Pro 6000, you mean?
Yeah, I get the name. I always fucking suck with the name.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the RTX. I got to play with one of them too. They're pretty sweet. So, and I want to get a DG1 Spark and see if I can do something with that. We'll see.
I will say actually so you can make twice as much, and I've definitely seen an increase in demand for them on VAST. You can make twice as much with a Pro 6000. I haven't looked at the pricing of the Pro 6000 recently.
85 right now.
8,500. That's not bad. They have not.
They haven't gone up because everybody's still trying to buy 5090s. So it's like it's weird, and people aren't talking about it. A lot of people don't know about the RTX 6000, and B, the people that do know about them are still trying to buy up like PNY stock of 5090s. Like hobbyists would know. Like those people with connections that aren't really public that know how to like go right in behind everybody. Like they're still trying to buy 5090s. Last I checked, they were like bulk buying. They're like 3,400s right now. So when they were 25 in September.
Yeah.
The only people I know who've done well with bulk buys are people that are actually like reaching out, like working with Micro Center, and like have connections at Micro Center. Those are the only people I know. Like, excuse me, I know one guy who bought 24 5090s from Micro Center, and that was because he knew a guy who worked at Micro Center, and he still does. And every time they're about to get one in, he pays a guy to literally tell him when they're coming in, and he puts aside them, and he buys 24 of them at a time for AI rigs.
So it's funny, right? Because
that's the only person I know.
The local Micro Center, I know all of the guys, and they're very above board. Like they don't hold them for anybody.
Yeah.
Like
that's same thing with
anybody
ours,
or anything. But no, like these guys I know have direct contacts with all the AIBs, and I'm not talking like Asus MSI. I'm talking about like the ones overseas who like, anyway, they have and they go right to them, and the 5090 price behind the scenes has been going through the roof. But like I said, nobody's interested in A6000 and RTX 6000s, but I think they will be once the 5090 settles at around 4,000. Because if you could buy two 5090s or one RTX 6000, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I get it. It's definitely a game for sure. I mean, we'll see. I mean, that's why I still have to build. I'm waiting for this test that I'm doing on Salad. I was telling Max about before I decide to finally pull the trigger, Max, on that big rig that I was going to build. It's still sitting here, so it needs to get built. It hasn't been done yet. It will get built. I got 3 right now. Maybe by the time I build it, I'll have 4. But yeah, my goal is 8. So we'll see what happens for sure.
8 5090s.
8 5090s. I'm at 3 right now. I'm gonna get it built. I have all the hardware. I've had it for months. All the memory, the motherboard, the power supplies, and I'm just gonna continue to buy up 5090s.
Why didn't you buy them? Why didn't you buy them in the summer? Like when we met up was the perfect time to buy them.
Because listen, my crystal ball, my 8-ball wasn't working in the summer, so I didn't buy them. And the challenge is I also don't have the capital to go buy 8 5090s and like pull out the DJ Mine's big dick and slap it on the table and buy
dude, I was
5090s,
pulling out.
right?
I was literally pulling out of my savings. Like every time a 5090 hit under 2200, I was pulling out of my savings because it's a store of wealth. Like you buy one and you will never lose money on it. Like I was telling Max, like my wife knew, like I just go pull out $2,000 worth of stocks and I just go buy a 5090. Like I just did it because it's just, it's crazy, but a 5090 is probably more valuable than gold right now.
Yeah, well, it is right now, but again, will it stay that high?
Sure.
Say
Wow.
6
Who
to 8
knows?
months from
Who
now?
knows?
It may not be as crazy high as it is now.
I don't know, man. If the rumblings I've heard off the record are true, we don't know when Ampere's coming, or we don't know when Ruben's coming.
Right.
But we'll see. It
Yeah, I
depends
don't
what
know.
AMD does.
The nice thing about investing in graphics cards right now in the current market is, yes, they are a great store of value and they continue to appreciate. And on top of that, you can make money on them. It's like a dividend paying stock that continues to appreciate. You make the dividends on it. That's the way I look at it.
I sold a 3090 for $900 on Friday. Cash.
I know. So the one behind me,
Like, it's stupid.
that's the one and the problem is it just is consistently rented at 15 cents an hour. Like just consistently.
Take it.
15
Take
cents. 15 cents on a 3090 is crazy good. And so I'm like happy with it, but I'm like, the intention is to put the 5090 Founders Edition in that, and then take that one down there, the last 5090 I've got that I haven't deployed, and put that one in my Threadripper system. But like I said, I don't want to take that one down. Plus, I can't kick the guy off. That's the worst part. So
he's a continuous rental then.
oh yeah, he's been rented for months.
Oh yeah, you let that sucker ride. You don't touch that one bit.
Right, exactly.
Hobbyist, I actually have a question for you. Would you convert older ASICs into 5090s if given the opportunity, like sell your older ASICs and put the capital to 5090s, or would you reinvest them into other like script ASICs or like profitable ASICs for you?
No, I wouldn't do that because ASIC prices now are super low. So like it's not worth it. Like, I always view my ASICs as assets. So I will sell some when ASIC value is up higher. That's the thing. So yeah, I mean, I'm in a spot now where I'm buying up hardware, not necessarily liquidating it. When the market rebounds, whenever that is, especially like script miners, I will sell some, when they're pumping, because that's what you got to do, right? Like it's another asset, hardware arbitrage for sure. So yeah, will I throw some into 5090s? Probably not at this point. I mean, right now I'm buying up 5090s with money from my business. And that helps to offset some from taxes, which is nice.
Well, that's what I did last year.
Yeah.
So
We'll see.
Do you have? So then, I guess you just have miners that aren't deployed, like that are just sitting, waiting to sell, kind of. Like,
yeah. So I always have miners for sale. That's a new strategy I've gotten into in the past about a year. So like I'm always recycling out older miners. So I put my miners in my ASICs into 3 categories: brand new, that I've had for a little while, and then ASICs that I'm selling. So my goal is to always have like 5 ASICs for sale, and trying to get ahead with some of those to sell them when they're still worth it, when they're not paperweights. I'm almost on my current miners I'm trying to sell, which I cannot sell, and that's because I came late to selling these units. These are Caspa KS5Ls. So the hard part is like I have them. The nice thing is like I have the storage space for them now too, which I in the past didn't. So like I don't mind shelving them for a while, not a big deal, for months at a time. And then maybe sell them or take a loss with them. It's not the end of the world. I have a nice bag of Caspa at this point, but outside of Caspa, it's much more of a strategic game with Bitcoin and script miners.
Let me actually, now that you guys, there's a break. So Doombot's actually asked, do you see any of the new Blackwell cards being rented at all aside from the 6000? Actually, the 5090 has been great. Let me share my screen real quick. Let me pop this up here.
While you're doing that, I was going to comment on the fact of while I was looking for 5090s, I had lots of people reach out to me for 4090s and came across 4090s. But for me, the price between a 4090 and the 5090 was so close, it made 0 sense. It was like, why would I go with a 4090 when I can spend a little bit more and just get a 5090 when it becomes available? Now, 4090s are definitely, I'm coming upon them more often. and more people are looking to sell them. But that price is way too close for me. You might as well just get the upgraded version.
So it's funny, something that a lot of people are starting to pivot to, and Max, tell me if I'm wrong, because you know more about the rental side than I do. The 5080 interest is going through the roof. 5080s are in stock. You can still get them for between 14 to 1500, and I know they only have 16 gigs of VRAM, but they are essentially a 4090. And I've seen a lot of interest in those for rentals, which I was surprised upon, but I guess 16 gigs of VRAM is still 16 gigs of VRAM.
Yeah, so here's where 5090s are. You can see just since the beginning of the year, I mean, we're looking at about, a 50% increase approximately in demand. Maybe not quite, because it's come down a little. It's basically generally around 2,000 to 3,000 rented on VAST. And what I find really interesting is look at that increase in verifications right there. They hadn't been verifying jack. And all of a sudden, finally, a lot of people have been complaining, like, we're never going to get verified.
When was that? When was that time period?
It started on the 29th.
Of this month?
Yeah.
Of this month.
Yeah.
So just a few days ago.
That's almost like what I was saying to you, too, was like, dude, I've been sitting at 97.1 for like almost 2 months now. Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
So, like, that definitely aligns up with what you're saying.
So 5080s, you're saying the demand isn't going anywhere.
No, I'm not talking about vast demand. I'm talking about people buying them.
Oh, well, yeah, the demand, because nobody can afford a 5090. I mean, 5090.
No, but I'm not even talking. No, I'm not even talking gamers. Like, gamers is a whole other conversation. In the context of conversations with you two, I'm talking straight rentals. Like, a lot of people are DMing me and saying, like, what do you think about them for rentals? And I'm like, I don't know, but I mean, there's still 16 gigs of VRAM, and if you can't buy 5090s, right? Because it's like, this isn't a demand issue. This is a supply issue.
Right, but
so
here's the thing. The amount of VRAM is king. So if you can get a card with 16 gig of VRAM that doesn't have as much processing power, you're probably better off with that. If you I'll give you an example. 5080s on this, it's only 155 5080s. How many 5060 Ti's? 409. That's because that's what people want. They want the lower cost card with the same amount of VRAM.
Yeah, but what if you see, so what if you see 50, like I was talking to you about this CES, like what if you see 5090 inventory, let's call it inventory on VAST stay flat, like, because nobody can get 5090s to add, right? And A6000s or RTX 6000s, you need so much RAM for that system to make sense that they're almost may be financially not viable for 99% of people. So like if all the 5090s are rented, right? And all the 4090s are rented and there's just no more stock being brought online.
People will go to 5060. People will go to 5060 Ti.
Okay, but they're not going to be.
They're not going to make the stop at 5080. Will some people rent 5080s? Sure. Some people will rent 5080s. My point is, as far as if you are making a business decision as to whether or not I'm going to go 5060 Ti 16 gig, 5070 Ti 16 gig, which that's obviously the only one there, and then 5080, which is also 16 gig. I'm not buying 5080s for about $1,400.
You're getting the same VRAM. Yeah, you're getting the same VRAM.
You're getting the same VRAM, and you're not getting the bang for the buck. Your ROI is worse. Maybe 5070 Ti, because the difference between 5070 Ti and 5060 Ti is that you have 16 lanes instead of 8 lanes on PCIe. So if you have somebody who's renting more than one card, so renting multiple cards at once, that could make a difference.
So, but what are you going to do when the 5060 Ti's are all rented? Because they're not being made anymore. Like, and they're gone. So like overseas, the 5060 Ti supply is zero. Like it's gone. Now here, you can still buy them for close to MSRP, but that could change. Like the 5070 Ti changed overnight. We could wake up one day and 5060 16 gig supply is gone.
Right. No, I hear what you're saying, but the order at which I would be looking to purchase if I was purchasing 5090, obviously not at the price they're at, 5060 Ti 16 gig, 5070 Ti which is 16 gig, and then 5080 would be a last resort if I was looking to expand. But right now expansion is so expensive. The risk you have at this point is, yes, the price has gone up. Now, do you want to invest in something thinking that, oh, well, the price of this might go up? It's kind of like people that invested in silver a couple of days ago. Because they invested in silver when it was at about 100 and now it's at like 85. That's the position I think we're at with GPUs. Is I think the value of GPUs has the potential. I'm not saying it's gonna come down anytime soon, but I think it's amount that it's gonna go up. There's the upside of the price going up, I think, is much less than the risk of it coming down.
So yeah, but like the RAM, so the RAM shortage, nobody knows what's going, like how long it's gonna last. But everybody credible that I've talked to, like super off the record, beyond off the record, basically like only in phone conversations, won't even type it out, thinks minimum this year. Like nobody thinks it'll break before this year. It's
all going to depend on investors.
Yeah,
and
but these
so
are people that are like,
I'm simply stating that I think
connected.
that we're gonna see the dam break before the end of the year.
Look, I can't say either way, right? But these people are way more connected than any of us could dream of being connected on.
I get it.
All say
when
like
you are
unequivocally not this year.
I know, but when you are so deep in the weeds on this and you believe so strongly in it, that yes, you're gonna think, yes, all of this is going to come fruition. All of our commitments to buy RAM, we're definitely going to be buying it. But the problem is that it isn't dependent on the people that are building. It's dependent on the people who are investing. And if that well dries up because delivering on the promises of what AI is to be, and people run out of patience because of the economy, that's what I'm saying. I see a real big similarity to the telecom boom. Remember, all the telecom companies were laying fiber as fast as they could.
Yeah, but
then it just all of a sudden stopped because they went, wait a minute, we have all of this capacity. Remember, we have data centers that can't come online because they don't have power and they're built and ready to go. Why are they continuing to build more when they don't know when they're actually going to be able to bring them online? At some point, investors are going to go, enough, stop.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong, but like the whole supply for this year is already gone. Like,
it's not gone. It's spoken for. There's a difference. There's a big difference. There's a huge difference because, like I said, I remember I lived this back in 2001.
But what I'm telling you is like the people, like my connections, right? Like in the business.
I get it. These are the people that are the builders and they're very, very close to it. Like I said, I felt the same way. 2001, man, the world's wonderful. We have this great product, cable telephony.
Yeah, this isn't
we're rolling it out everywhere. I mean, it was just a small part of the telecom boom, but bottom line was that all the investors went, no, you guys are built like 2, 3, 4 years out into the future where we won't be doing anything. Why are we investing all this money now when we can't even make any money on this until we actually can power it up or have customers for it or whatever? So I really believe that that's a big part of where we are with AI. Maybe I'm wrong, but I see a lot of, and I'm not the only one saying it.
No, and I mean this totally respectfully, but I think you are so wrong, like beyond wrong. Like I'm telling, I'm serious. Like this year we are fucked. Like beyond this
year.
So
I'm gonna pivot it a little bit, though, because from an outside perspective, no one's buying graphics cards right now.
They are.
Well, here, stop and wait. Okay. The issue is as Max and I talked about at the top of this stream, we were talking about the economy and everything, Bitcoin, stuff like that. People don't have disposable income to go out and buy. Like in all my friends that are in the tech industry, not one of them is like, I'm looking for a graphics card to upgrade right now. Everybody is, I'm just continuing to go with the graphics card I have because people don't have the additional disposable income. Now, amongst the circles where we see people that are like, oh yeah, like I'm like myself, I'm looking for a 5090s. I am above and beyond, like outside of those normal norms there. So for the normal everyday person, no one's buying additional. Like when people are looking at what money and disposable income they have, they're not spending it on graphics cards. So
But
when I see you getting so hyped up, I'm like, oh, the shortage. I'm like, honestly, I don't really care.
But
like
that's-
the
but that's what
normal
I'm-
person doesn't care.
Right,
But
but here's
that's
here's
what
the
I'm saying,
here,
right?
hang on. Here's the thing though. So in general, corporations, this is why there's been layoffs. Everybody, all the corporations are nervous right now. They don't
Yeah, I
see
agree.
the economy doing well, and so they are slowing their spending. Period. They are. So at some point, that is going to make its way into AI. It's not an accident why OpenAI is now saying, hey, maybe we'll start doing ads on our website. You think that the investors aren't getting a little impatient? Yeah, they are getting a little impatient because not because OpenAI is bad or any of them are bad. It's just a fact of where we are. It's like, hey, we've been investing in this for a long period of time, for a year or two, and where's our results? And now going into the economy, money doesn't grow on trees. We are trying to make better, more calculated, I shouldn't say better, more calculated decisions as to where our funds are going. So what I could see happening very easily is 6 months down the road, there's a rollback where they said, well, we have this data center, this data center, this data center, this data center. They're all offline. We haven't been able to, so therefore we are going to delay the delivery of all of this hardware. And what happens then? NVIDIA stock goes down. A lot of other hardware. Memory companies will be fine because they're just going to pivot and now be able to sell their stuff at a lower price, but still be able to sell their stuff. So I've seen this story play out before.
But like the number, okay, so I'm just telling you, the numbers of high-end PC parts being sold that you'll never see are through the roof right now.
They're not sold, they're spoken for.
No. You're I'm not talking RAM. I'm talking consumers buying PC parts. The amount of high-end PC parts that are selling right now, you'll never hear it because the people who are spending money are not talking about it. The people that are poor and broke are the ones that are screaming through the roof. I'm telling you from what I've seen, the high-end motherboards, high-end graphics cards, high-end monitors, high-end everything are selling way more than you would ever expect. And I'm not telling you it makes sense, but I'm just telling you what's going on.
Let me get my tinfoil hat out. I'm gonna put my tinfoil hat on right now. Because like, who's buying that shit? Like, no one's buying that stuff. No one's spending money right now.
You can't have it both ways, Groot. We can't have a shortage of supply and then saying all these guys are buying tons of hardware. There isn't tons of hardware to buy at this point.
No. You're missing. I'm not talking about AI users. I'm talking PC gamers.
I'm saying it doesn't matter who we're talking about.
Okay.
You said that there is a shortage of supply in hardware,
Only
whether it be RAM.
Cards. There's not a short graphics cards in RAM. There's not a shortage of anything else. There's not a shortage of CPUs.
But you need that for both.
I'm telling you what I've seen, and it tells me like you're not right. Like you're wrong, and I'm trying to tell you what I can tell you without like I can't tell you.
Listen,
how I know.
high-end gamers are about not even a percentage of the entire population.
They're spending
like,
so disproportionately to what they are. It doesn't make sense, but I'm telling you it's there. Like that's why if you looked at CES, for example, there were so many more high-end products than budget products coming out. So many more.
I would say the technology advancement we've hit that point now where like technology has advanced past like your everyday consumer's budget. Like when we were like
for sure. We're there.
Remember like the 30 series when it came out and like, you know, people were buying up cards left and right and, you know, like people were buying them for their gaming rigs and it was definitely more economical, at least then I feel like, because it was such a big jump from like the 2000 to 3000 series. So like, I agree with you there in that regard. I think like when I look at it more now though, it's like, man, like you were talking about like all the high-end monitors that are out there and all of that. And like the new graphics cards coming out, it's like, I just don't see gamers buying that hardware. Like,
well,
and I think there's also a reflection of the economy.
Right. The thing is that don't confuse revenue with the amount of systems. So yes, is their revenue going up? Sure, but they're selling fewer systems because there's less supply of hardware. But that doesn't mean that the revenue isn't going up.
Well, so,
It's two totally different things, though.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm not saying any of that. Like, and there are like, these gamers are like less than 1%, right? Like, if we're being real, the average. So I was talking to some people about this. Like, the Steam survey is even correct. Like, the average person in the world is probably playing with a 580. Like, they're literally using a 580 to game with. Like 99.999% of the population can't afford a 3060 Ti to game on at $170. But the PC industry is doing really well. Now there are brands that are literally like, there are brands that are restructuring. Marketing budgets have been slashed for some companies. Other companies, they've been increased. So it's hard to really get a total grip on like the industry as a whole, because I'm hearing good things from one company, bad things from another company. But the one thing that is common, and nobody knows why, but high-end PC part sales are up. They're up right now. Like, I don't know why, but they are.
So let's do this. Let's put a pin in it and let's review this 6 months down the road, August 1st. And we'll see who's right. It'll be like our little gentleman's bet, like me and DJ had. How'd that work out for you, DJ? Go.
I do have a question though that Retro Mike had commented on earlier, and I want to get your thoughts on it, Max. He had commented on the fact of, we were talking about VRAM, and he was talking about the RTX 4000, where that's 20 gigabytes of VRAM. Are you seeing a lot of demand for those on VAST right now? Because like 20 gigabytes, I feel like would be a win-win, right? I mean, the downside of that card, I just went ahead and looked up like pricing on that. It's like $1,300 to $1,500. I mean, the downside is like the resell, right? Like, you're not reselling to like a gamer out there or on like the Facebook Marketplace or eBay. You're not really getting as much from a resale value versus, granted, $1,300 to $1,500 is a lot, but I didn't know from a VAST perspective if like, oh yeah, those would do really well on VAST, and it seems like it's a win-win.
I mean, they do okay. They're rented over 50%. Right now, they're not a 5090. 5090s are by far the most in demand in comparison to anything else. Everything else is about the same, where they're all like slightly over 50%. So they would, like, we're talking about the A4000. They do pretty well. Like I said, I would be looking at any of these cards over a 5080 or even a 5070 Ti.
So
I might be looking at, like, remember, there's an RTX Pro 5000 out there that sells for about 5,000. That's 48 gig. Why would I buy a 5090 at 32 gig when I could spend basically another $500 to $1,000 and get 50% more RAM?
So I have a quick question about AI rentals, right, Max? Like, I don't understand totally how this works. So if you could. So like, if I'm gonna rent on the VAST platform, right? Am I gonna search for a GPU that I know? Like, I know what a 5090 is, I know what a 4090 is, right? Or am I just searching for VRAM? Or is it dependent on what I need? Because I guess some maybe
you can search however you want. All you have to do. So if you look at the VAST search, let me share my screen. Let me pull this up. Grab this window. Yeah, let me grab this window. Come on. I hate it when the tab won't move.
Because like, the one thing I was asking is, like, Retro Mike talked about the 4000s. Are they just not a search GPU because people just don't know about them?
Yeah, I mean, most people will search for the GPU they're thinking that they want, but they can also search under different things. So hang on, let me go back.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure of.
Okay, so this isn't how most people will search through the CLI, but it's just honestly easier. So these are all the things that you can search on. Reliability, how long can you rent the instance for? So when is the expiration date, whether you're going to be verified or not, what version of CUDA they're on, what version of Ubuntu they're on if you want, obviously price, teraflops per hour. Again, doesn't matter what the card is, just what its specifications are as a rig, and somewhere GPU count. but nowhere in here does it say specifically for a specific GPU. Now, when you go to search up here and want to sort, yeah, you can sort here on GPU. So there's 1,000,001 ways that you can search. So it just really depends on, honestly, it depends on how knowledgeable the person is on what the requirements of the job that they're going to run. Some
So if
people
you were
are
getting
really keyed in and know exactly like, oh, okay, well, I need more VRAM than anything else. So, you know, maybe I will run like on an A6000 or something like that. Others may be like, hey, no, I need some more compute power to it. And therefore then they'll run something that maybe a 5080 or something like that. But
so would you say that basically, like, if you were gonna invest, like, say the world was normal, right, and you were gonna invest in like a vast farm to rent, you'd want probably GPUs that are more knowledgeable because it's a higher chance just to get rented?
well, again, I look at the trend. So if I'm looking at the trend of what is getting rented, I mean, this chart doesn't lie. I mean, when you start seeing these two lines, these two bottom lines coming together, the
I
supply
think
is
you're not
going
sharing.
away.
Do you have a different tab up, Max?
What bottom line? We
Oh,
don't see what
sorry,
you're
I
talking
switched
about.
to a. Hang on, let me switch it. I
Yeah,
didn't
that's
do
why I
the
was
window.
confused.
Yeah,
I was
sorry.
asking you those questions. You lost.
Yeah, sorry,
me.
I didn't do the window. I did the tab. So hold on.
Tab, yeah.
Let me do the window. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Now I can switch between the two. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you can see the two lines here. You can see they're coming together. And the top line is the overall supply. The bottom line is the overall verified rented. And the next line up is the amount that's verified. Obviously, yeah, VAST decided, oh, shoot, those lines are coming together. We better start doing some more verification so we don't lose out on demand. So they started verifying like crazy.
Yeah.
But if you look at the top line is pretty flat. Pretty flat. Now, again, so a lot of this depends on what is your environment that you're going to be doing. I mean, if you have the ability to put this in a data center, and you can get on something like RunPod or TensorDoc or something else, or even be able to rent directly out to a customer, that's completely different than doing what I have to do, because I don't even have, symmetrical service where I'm at. So this is the best I can do right now.
What do you
Either
mean?
rent direct or rent through VAST.
What do you mean by symmetrical service? I don't get it.
I mean up and down where it's the same. 1 gig, 2 gig, 5 gig.
You don't have that where you are?
No, I've got Comcast, so I've got 2 gig
Well,
down.
if you don't have
350 meg up.
fiber, you're not going to have that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and so unless you get DOCSIS 4.0, but I talked to the tech that came out, and he's like, yeah, that rollout's not going well. It really is. And he's like, he's like, do you want reliability or do you want speed? I said, well, I want both. He's like, well, right now you can't have both.
You can't have it. You're not allowed.
I was like, okay, well then I'll take the reliability over the speed for right now, because that would be a nightmare. So
What do you want? Are you on 2 gig? Are you on a 2 gig connection?
2 gig down, 350 meg up.
Holy shit!
Yeah. So I need 5. If I had 500,
Hey, I was
up,
on
it'd be
1
better.
gig by. I was on 1 gig by 10 for like 3 years, so I totally get it.
Do you have Fios out where you are, right?
No, there's no FiOS where I am. I just recently moved to fiber, only because they came through my area and replaced all the coax with fiber, and then now they have up to 5.5, and that's what I'm at right now with fiber. But I mean, that didn't exist up till, I don't know, Max, I told you about that. When was that? Like 6 months ago, maybe? That happened. It was about 6 months ago.
So we're supposed to be getting fiber by the end of the year. Easy Fiber is installing, and T-Mobile Fiber is installing, which used to be Metro.
Oh, really? So. T-Mobile. That's interesting.
Well,
I mean, I guess
they have a buyout agreement with Metronet. Basically, there's like they basically split up. They took the company and made a joint venture, and T-Mobile runs the consumer arm of that through T-Mobile Fiber.
Okay.
So they're doing it to, yes, they want a piece of that pie, but they also want it to be able to drive more. They know that like Comcast, which has a partnership with Verizon, and Verizon itself, they all are able to sell more cell plans when they are able to provide that to their existing customers. So that's why T-Mobile's like, hey, we need a piece of this fiber market so that we can drive more revenue to our cellular side.
Where are you seeing that graph on VAST's site that you're up right now? Where are you going?
This is an on VAST sites. This is 500.farm/VAST.ai.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, you can pull up any any GPU you want.
Yeah,
I'm just checking whatever
now.
You know.
Oh, I see it. Okay, I was like, I don't see that anywhere on there, so I was very curious on that.
Max, can you share that? Just DM me that link when you can. It's not working for me. It's being
sure.
weird. But yeah, I'm about to upgrade my.
Okay.
I'm about to upgrade my FiOS to 2 gigs up and 2 gigs down this week. So it's only going to cost me 10 more bucks a month than what I'm at now.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I was looking at if I'm able to get with Easy Fiber, it would be $91 a month for 5 gig up and 5 gig down.
That's awesome for you.
Yeah.
Will that improve your rentals if you have like symmetrical internet, like 2 up and 2 down?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, you just have to end up getting like what I ran into. So I moved to 5.5, but you know, like I'm running the Ubiquiti stuff, but you know, all that hardware I'm running is 2.5 internally. So then you have to look at like, okay, like what NICs do you have in your hardware? Is it through? So like that's why I went through and upgraded. I have existing gig switches in my network, but I added in more of a backbone for 2.5, and then some of my rigs I upgraded to a 5 gig NIC in them. Not that it's going to support it because it's all 2.5 internally, but yeah, I mean, I have some of my VAST rigs that have 2.5, and so like when I look at those rigs right now, you know, you can see that the download is 2 by 1975. Like it's being utilized right now and available. And so when people are looking for rentals, seeing that type of speeds, they jump on that very quickly.
Yeah, because so when I talked to TP-Link, because we've been working on like my internet and what I need to do, we're gonna do an entire 2.5 up, 2.5, like the whole thing is gonna be based on 2.5 gig network speed. So I guess the only bottleneck would be my PCs, right?
Or I gotta see what NICs. You have to see what NICs you have. The nice thing is like you can get like a $30 5 gig like NIC. That's what I did. I went.
What are you talking about, NIC?
Network
like
interface
Ethernet
card.
Yeah, your Ethernet port in your
on like the motherboard,
PC.
you mean?
Correct. A lot of mine just had gig connections, so I upgraded them to 5 gig, which is more than they need. So like the nice thing is you could go through and do that on some of your rigs, which is to really optimize it. Now the benefit is like for me, like, okay, so why are you paying for 5 when your internal is 2.5? Well, the nice thing is like based off of bandwidth utilization, you know, that's going to help as well. You know, I'm not going to use it all up. So that's the nice benefit there.
How much did those cost you? And I guess they just get plugged into the PCIe port, like the PCIe slot.
They're $30. Yeah, they're $30. Yep, PCIe Express. Yep, you can just go on Amazon, look them up. You know, they're a dime a dozen. It's really when you get into your internal network equipment, like that's where it gets expensive.
Yeah, dude.
Of being able to support like 2.5 or higher.
The TP-Link stuff is like it's gonna run it. I mean, I'm working on whether or not how much I pay, but it's gonna cost about $1,000 for all of it.
Yeah, I went with the Ubiquiti stuff and super happy with it. I was kicking and screaming and finally gave in to all these Sallies that have been promoting it for the last 2 years, and I'm very happy with it right now that I've moved to it. And it's worked really, really well. Ubiquiti is pretty much the way to go in the industry for the feature to price ratio. It's the best way to go. Which is nice.
TP-Link is like aggressively working with content creators, and like it's not as good. Like Max knows more about it. It's not as good as Ubiquiti, but it's like pretty damn close, and it's way cheaper, and you get like most of it, like most of the features, and they're like chopping at the bit to get more promotion right now because they're getting
TP-Link reminds me of like 1995. Like I swear, like it was like Netgear and TP-Link, and like that was the garbage crap you went to like Kmart or Walmart and bought when you needed a quick network switch, for sure. An unmanaged switch, that was like the way that we would go. I mean, But yeah, I mean, I come from the world of originally started with Cisco Catalyst, and then moved into Cisco Meraki, and now playing with the Ubiquity stuff, and I've been happy with it for sure. I mean, it's been a lot of fun.
No, it's
but
good.
anyways, I'm gonna leave on that note because I've been here 45 minutes longer than I wanted to be, Max. So I blame you.
Oh, hold on.
and-
Before you go,
right.
I wanted to show this.
Yep.
Okay. I have it off. I had to get my IP address off my screen, so I've been working at getting
Okay.
this. So
Okay.
this is what my activity has looked like over the last 24 hours. Let me make sure.
Oh, you're talking about for VAST?
Oh, not window. Entire screen. Yeah. Hold on. There it is. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, this right here.
Oh yeah.
Max download was 1.91 gigabits per second, and
Wow.
average download was 1.77 over that 5-minute period.
Is that questionable one we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, this was the question one.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
of this traffic right from here is when it started at like 3:25 in the morning and then kept going. So all of this was this questionable one and then finally went away about, I think this was pretty much went away. It might have still been around here because I went to bed before it went away. But yeah, and I've downloaded 2.1 terabytes of data over the last 24 hours. So yeah, unlimited data is pretty important.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You can't operate these without unlimited data. Like,
Yeah,
come on,
no,
man.
absolutely not.
Wait, there's not unlimited data plans anymore? I mean, I know that sounds naive, but like,
There are plans out there that aren't unlimited.
Yeah. Oh
You have
yeah.
to pay extra for
They'll hit you up. If you go over your cap, they'll literally charge you like you're like using like the old cell phone style, where it's like, oh well, you went over your data. Yep.
I gotta go check
Yeah.
the Verizon plan that I'm gonna mess with. I don't think so. I think I would have gotten whacked by now though, if I was gonna get whacked.
I don't know. That sounds like a guilty pleasure right there. But anyways, on that note, I'm out of here. I got work to do tonight. I will chat with you guys later. Always a pleasure.
All right, good
Take
seeing
care.
you. Appreciate you
buddy.
coming on.
Peace.
All right, and actually, yeah, I have to decide what I'm gonna do, but I think I'm going the 2.5 gig route because I have no idea when I'm gonna actually be able to get faster internet. I mean, yeah, it's supposed to be by the end of the year, but will it actually be by the end of the year? I'm thinking $159 sounds a hell of a lot cheaper than $499 for a 10 gig versus a 2.5 gig switch. The 10 gig 8-port switch that Ubiquity has, that's like or maybe it's $399. Either way, it's over twice as expensive, and it'd be nice from a perspective of like maybe having my NAS have a 10 gig connection type of thing, but I do have 10 gig ports on my switch that I have in the basement, but just limited amount. I only have 4. And right now, obviously, one's running from my router up here, one's going to my Threadripper system. So I have 2 more that I will eventually use. One of them is going to go to the Octoserver because I want to see how much better I can get that to rent with a better internet connection.
Will you upgrade your Ethernet connections on the motherboards to get 5 gig, like, or can they already support it?
Some of them can support 2.5 gig, but most of them can't. So yeah, the NIC cards, they're pretty cheap. Like,
Yeah, I
20, 30 bucks, something like that.
It was just something, it's just one of those things that I never even thought about. But like, I guess with like my older AM4 stuff that I'm going to use, I probably need to buy those. Like, I probably need to get a few.
Yeah,
For-
I would definitely recommend it. Assuming you're going 2.5 gig. So yeah, if you're going 2.5.
Well, so it's download and upload of up to 2.3 gigabits per second. My whole, like I said, with the TP link, it's all 2.5 gig stuff. Like,
Yeah.
the whole connection is 2.5 gig.
Right.
So I guess, like, for the gaming shit, I don't know if I give it. I don't know if I care, obviously, because I'm fine with that. But for like the stuff that's gonna go on VAST, the 5 or 6 rigs, I guess I should double check the motherboards.
Yeah, the
But,
gaming stuff I wouldn't worry about because you're gonna be
yeah.
you're not going to be able to really download. It'd be really rare for you to be able to download games or anything like that over 1 gig. because their server is gonna throttle you before anything
Oh
else.
yeah. No, Steam already throttles you.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I have 1 gig upload, and they, and they download and they throttle you. So do you think the AM5 motherboards need NIC cards? Because I got a few of those coming in. Like the latest
a lot of the
ones.
newer ones have 2.5 gig. Like my motherboard I have in my computer that's like about 5 years old, over 5 years old, has 2.5 gig on it. So there are motherboards that have 2.5 gig on them already. So I have to go through and figure out which one's 2.5 and which one's not.
Which one's not? Yeah. Okay. No, I'm excited. I'm really excited. Like, so I think I can have all this stuff set up in like a week, and then like I'll do, I'll hit you up, but I just make a few VLANs and I should be off to the races to be able to start renting. I'm gonna try so I can get so I'm gonna get some more RAM for DDR5, so I can probably end up with like 3 DDR5 64 gig systems, which will be really nice.
Hey, suggestion, by the way, I don't know how much your kids are on the internet, but if you do want to have control, set up a separate VLAN, separate network for them.
Oh, listen, they're when they're ready, right? I am gonna get Comcast FiOS, or Comcast Xfinity Internet. Like, I'll have a second internet that's not connected to the home network. It's gonna be like 50 up, 50 down, and I'm gonna neuter the shit out of that connection.
You don't need it. Why would you get separate internet? You can handle it on the same network. You just get a different VLAN and you throttle that network.
Because I could just take another that's fair. You're right. I guess once I learn how to do networking, you're right. I don't have an excuse.
Yeah, and you can make sure that your firewall on that is much more strict as to what can get through, what can't get through.
Yeah, like I've been reading a lot about it, and like all the stuff that I'm gonna get, you can put a ton of different VLANs on it, and it'll be really nice. And like the way it's gonna be set up is like the first split is gonna be for the VAST stuff, so it should get 2.3 up, 2.3 down. So that's the hope anyway. So I'll hopefully I could get it started this week is the goal.
Cool.
Actually.
Yeah, I mean, that would be good. That would definitely be good. It's good to start before you actually start deploying stuff. It's better to plan that out first. But But yeah, the number of networks I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 networks.
Yeah, I mean, guys, for anybody who's watching now, I am like networking borderline illiterate. Like, I'm learning on the fly. Like, it's not my specialty.
Say my mining one has 0 on it right now. So
I was thinking about it. I should probably make a VLAN for like my two. I have a Avalon Q and a DG1 home that'll be mining, and then all my solo miners. I should have a VLAN for all that bullshit, right?
Well, it depends. So like, for instance, like I have like 1BitX solo miner. I have that on my IoT network. So I have a separate IoT network. Basically, IoT networks are renowned for being a place for people to get in if they want to get in. So you really lock down that IoT network. Anything, cameras, anything smart home, all those kinds of things, you put that on the IoT Wi-Fi network.
And you just lock the shit out. You like really, 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 really lock it down.
Exactly. So, and actually that I have an IoT network wired, and then I also have what I call my test. What used to be my main one, but now I made a different internet, and then also a guest internet as well. So 619 OTA says, do you plan on making any money or just spending a ton? What I will say, no, listen. So what I will say about my VAST rigs, right? I have the channel I'm on right now. I'm going to do a lot of AI content. I have a lot of sponsors coming up. Like the VAST, I don't want to necessarily lose money on VAST because my internet's like, or my electric rate's like 20 cents. So I don't know how much I'm going to make, but the spot, like it will help generate content, which generates sponsors, which generates all that shit. Right. And all the hardware I have is not going to lose me money. Right.
Like I'm not paying for much of it. And the stuff I'm paying for is literally like my farm will be 4 5090s and a 4090 and maybe like, yeah. And then, so Doombot says, will you get sponsored by NVIDIA? And this is all you're going to get out of me right now. It's all you're gonna get out of me right now on that. I need to keep going on the digital channel, but like there's been no content on it because this shed studio had to get done first because I have to move everything out of my garage into here, and then I have to like get my garage cleaned. But Max knows we have like 18 feet of snow on the ground, so it's kind of hard to do anything. Like, dude, I told my wife because she was bitching at me, I would have totally plowed my driveway differently had I realized the snow would be here 2 weeks later.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, we don't have that much snow on the ground. We really don't. Everything went south of us.
Dude, we have 18 inches on the ground.
We have like almost nothing. We basically been getting an inch here, an inch there. It really hasn't been bad. We got all our snow in December right now.
Yeah. So 619 says Vosk has a lot of sponsors. Yeah, like, look, I'm not as close to as big as Vosk, but I will tell you this: for the content creators that are left in the crypto area space, there are a lot of people with money who are begging to spend it because most creators are out of the space. Like you don't do any mining content anymore, Max.
Nope.
Like there are a lot of people that are out of the space and there's still money to be spent.
And I will tell you, I get inquiries all the time. And I'm like, it's not fair to them. I'm not into usually it's coins, which obviously I'm not into.
I would never
promoting
take a
coins
money.
But even the hardware, it's not what I do. I'm more in
So
the home lab and GPU rental space. That's my niche. That's my niche.
So I have relationships with AlphaPex and Can-An. I have a way better relationship with Can-An, and I have some sponsored content with them coming soon. But the sweet thing about Can-An, they're actually a really good company to work with. And as long as you're real with them, like I'm very, very real with them about like what they'll get out of me, and they're fine with it. And someone said,
See, there's a thing. Hang on a second.
NPC I know.
Okay, there's a T in there, but is there supposed to be isn't or is the question?
What's an NPC? What the hell is an NPC?
I'm trying to remember what it's.
No, is it like for the games like non-playable character, or is there like a shill, or what the hell is that?
I think they meant non-playable character is what I think they meant, but
oh. Retro Mike,
that isn't true. You just had content that somebody sent you hardware.
So I'll tell you.
I was like,
this,
man, I was jealous on that video.
So not crypto related, but like the tech industry in general is a big old boys club. And like I have a lot of content creators reach out and they're like, you're not big, and I'm not. And they're like, how did you get into the space? And it really is who you know, and if you're not stupid. Like you have to know people, and then you have to show them you're not actually stupid. You don't have to be the smartest one, but you have to know you're not the most smartest one, and you have to create your content.
You make that perfectly clear.
Listen, you know how many times you walked me around in a circle at the convention center? You didn't even walk. You hobbled. You were like crippled. Like I was literally gonna I should have drove with you. I could have parked in every handicap spot on the planet. Right? But I honestly wish you would have gotten that exoskeleton there. Watching you like hobble around like a cyborg, I would have played the Skynet theme with you.
It's funny because we talked about this before, but people are like, well, how do you deal with it? I'm like, it's the new normal. When you have the pain, that you just become accustomed to the pain.
Yeah, no, fuck that. You're crazy.
Because I mean, I've walked around warehouses probably for the last at least 2.5 years, maybe even 3 years, where I'll be walking and my leg will just give out. I don't fall. I don't fall. It recovers before I would go to fall, but there's a split second where the leg gives out because of the sharp pain.
Can you talk about the development from CES, the brand you're working with?
You saw me hold up the.
No, I didn't see it. I wasn't here in the beginning. My shit was.
Okay. Ooh, don't want to show that side. That side has my name on it, but yeah, I mean it's right here. I haven't opened it yet. I'm gonna.
Your name is Max Voltage.
Yes, exactly.
So we found out. So chat, his name actually isn't Max Voltage, and it was really awkward because like half the people when I make an introduction, he'd be like, "No, my name's actually Max," and they look at me, especially if I knew the brand, they'd be like, "Why are you giving us the wrong name?" And I'm like, "Damn it, damn it." Wait. So can you? Will you have it up by next stream? Like, can you like
I'll
walk
have it up
around
next
with it?
stream. Yeah.
Can you like walk around as like your half cyborg self next stream?
I won't. It'd be really hard to do it during the stream because, you know, I'm in a closed room. So, but I'll probably have tape at that point of me walking around. Sure.
So wait, now that you're going to get the hip replacement, do you like not need this thing anymore?
Correct. I'm going to keep it while until the surgery and then send it back.
Because you can keep it for like, what was it? A few months, right? Like you didn't
Yeah, I
have
said
to...
I'd keep it for 2 months. So, so yeah, I said, so, cause I asked him, I'm like, I'm really nervous about buying this because I'm going to the doctor. I don't know what they're going to say, but if they say surgery, get your hip replaced, and I'm getting my hip replaced soon, I don't want to be, you know, spending this kind of money. They did give me a good discount, so I'm happy with that. But my point is that I still don't want to be out that much money for something that I'm not going to use and then try to resell it to somebody else.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I really wish you would have rented one of those at CES though. Like that would have been amazing seeing you walk around.
Yeah, that one that I bought wasn't rentable. They were using them and they were constantly being used. There were lines of people wanting to try these things out. So
that's the one-legged. That's like the one-legged scooter, right? That we're talking about. We're on the same page.
One-legged scooter is completely different.
It's like the thing that goes on your it goes like this, and you like have the.
No, that's not.
I
what
thought
this
that
is.
was what that was.
I mean, there are people that were on you know, scooters like that, but no. What I'm saying, what mine is it's basically, it's got. Oh, here, let me find the website.
Oh, because I was totally thinking that's what you had.
No.
Oh,
Not
this
at
shit
all.
turns you into like a fucking Terminator.
It won't turn me into a Terminator.
Max Payne is gonna be your new name.
Let me just. It's hypershell.tech, and yeah, that's basically what it is.
Can you share your screen?
Yeah, I'm
Can you
going
show
in a
everybody.
second. Hold on.
Show the audience.
Yeah.
Show the audience. Doomball, I think he's Max Payne right now. Dude, I will tell you what, guys. Like hanging out with Max for a week, and like literally when we were walking around, me and Goat, we were literally like trying to like pre-plan our trips so he wouldn't have to walk. Like I didn't realize how bad it was. Like we ridiculed him for 5 days straight to get a hip
didn't
replacement.
ridicule me, but you guys did motivate me a bit to.
Dude, you look like I've never seen that kind of pain. Like
I
people
said,
can
it's
say-
a new normal. It was
no,
the
no,
new
no. But
normal.
what I'm saying is like people know that you're in. Like we know. I've talked to you on stream all the time. But when I saw you walk, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, that's the thing is yes, but I'm not one to complain. You just, like I said, it becomes a new normal, and you
So
just
how does
live
this
with
work? How does this thing even
it. So
work?
basically, these things on the hip right there, those are the motors. And then around the actual hip, you have like a belt that holds it in place, and then you got a battery on the back that basically lasts at least over 10,000 steps. I forget exactly what the number is, but it's well over 10, and it comes with 2 batteries, the one I bought. And then this stretches. You can see there's an arm that comes down from the motor. So this arm basically pulls up and pushes back. So it helps, and depending on what you're doing, it learns like what the actual pressure needs to be for walking versus stairs versus running versus cycling. All those things require a different amount of power at different stages of your cadence, and it knows which one you're doing.
So I still don't. So like it just like massages the muscles basically.
No, it doesn't massage anything. All it does is it pulls your hip, it pulls your leg forward, and it pushes your leg back. That's all it does. And you think, well, wait a minute, isn't the pressure standing? It won't help me when I'm standing. It will help me when I'm moving.
But it'll still hurt when you're moving. It'll just help you move.
I'm telling you, when I was using it, it did not. It really reduced the pain tremendously.
I don't understand how it could reduce the pain if the pain is when your
Because
joints
the
are moving.
muscles to engage the leg are not engaging as much.
Oh.
So they're not tightening up as you're trying to pull your leg forward. This is doing it for you. So your leg can be more relaxed, which means instead of having all your muscles fire to try to bring it up into the socket as much as possible to try to guard, it's allowing it to relax and allowing the leg to kind of fall down back where it's supposed to be. So it kind of falling a little bit more out of the socket. That's the best way I can explain the feeling of it. Whether that's what's actually happening, I don't know, but that's the way it feels. So, but yeah, I'm bringing this to work next week. And I won't be doing video at work. I'd like to, but I'm sure they won't let me, so that's fine.
Can you just film B-roll and just blur out the work when you get home?
Well, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to walk around home for the B-roll.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah, I'll use it at work and walk around.
So, talking about like some AI stuff, once I get the VAST stuff going, I really, I got to do the math and everything, but I really want to build, or see if I can work with somebody, but I want to build like an AI, like home AI box to mess around with, like with Claude and ChatGPT and all that stuff. I think it'd be fun to learn it and just to,
well,
like,
I mean,
and I would like to do like
if
an
you're talking about
LLM
Claude and ChatGPT, you don't need a box at home in order to do that. You want to probably try to learn how to use Terminal, learn how to use Claude Code. That right now is kind of where it's at right now. If you're going to be using an internet tool, don't use Claude Bot or whatever it's going by right now. Have you heard about that thing?
Honestly, I've been so busy with just like logistical stuff and my home stuff. I've been not really too into it. I'm going to dive back in, obviously, in a few weeks.
There is an AI. It's been at one point it was known as Claude Bot, CLAWD bot, and it is basically a personal assistant that can control everything in your life, including your email, your calendar.
No, I'm good. That's just asking to get destroyed.
Well,
it's
yeah,
stupid.
Obviously that's a security risk. But not only that, this agent is, and the big thing with this particular tool is that it has a community of agents that talk to one another. So they have their own social network, and some of the things that have come out of that are kind of scary.
Dude, no, like I'm good with that. Like what I want to do is I want to do like, what were we talking about where you can
Thank you,
set it up
619 OTA. It's now known as Molten.
Where you could like aggregate like all your videos, where you could type in something like, I need to see something where I showed a 5070, and it'll pull up all the videos with one in it. Like all your people.
Yeah, that's
everything.
Oh shoot, what the hell's it called?
And like now that everything will be on one network, I could like build like an AI box or something and just remote into it and pull it up and it'll find it for me.
Well, I mean, there's things that do that now. If you go into what do I Image does that. Yeah, you can say I want, this person, that person, I want images with this person, and it'll find all of the, your son's name is John. I don't know, whatever. Say you want to pull up all the ones with John in there, type of thing. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely lots of tools out there that'll do that. But no, what I'm looking to at some point do is basically create, what I really want to do actually is try to create a Kubernetes cluster.
What's that?
It's basically an enterprise version of, say, like Proxmox cluster, but Proxmox, you're still telling it which node you want it to run on, while Kubernetes is kind of like, we have all these things to run on. and Kubernetes just kind of figures it out as to where it's going to run. So if something goes down, it'll automatically revert that to some other piece of hardware. That's the way I understand it. I am like this knowledgeable on Kubernetes right now. So if that's not the right description, please, speak now or forever hold your peace. Let me know if I'm right about that.
Listen, the beginning first few AI videos on my channel are gonna be a bloodbath, dude. The amount of dumb stuff I do and the amount of mistakes I make in the name of content, they're gonna be a literal bath of blood, like in our Lord of War. Like it's gonna be messy, really messy. Cause like when you and Goat were talking about all the AI stuff, it was like I was just listening because it was a great learning experience. But it was like ooh, right over my head.
Yeah, and Goat knows way more than I do on that stuff too.
Honestly, it kind of makes me want to go to GTC in Cali, because I can get into it because I'm on the NVIDIA press lit, like in the press pool, so I can go if I want. I'm just debating if I'll get anything out of it.
Yeah, there's that one. There's another one that is like near the end of the year in St. Louis. I'm trying to remember what that is, or what that's called. But basically, that's like server land. And I was kind of wishing I had gone to that last year when I saw people coming back. I'm like, yeah, that company's there. And it's not that big. But everybody that's there is somebody that I would like to talk to.
I mean, those small events, like I got into the NVIDIA press pool from QuakeCon. Like I got time with NVIDIA that I would have never gotten anywhere else. I'm going to go to, I didn't tell you, I'm going to go to Computex. I got approval from work. They're giving me 10 days for it.
Nice.
Because I told them, I was explaining it, and like I was like, there might be some AI openings, and my work does some AI shit, and they were like, you can go, because we'll be slow, and I'm in more like a sales role now. Like I don't do much day to day, so yeah, I'm pretty excited. I think Computex would be a big opportunity, and that's so you were how you were talking about visit stuff in 6 months. That'll be in June, so I think we'll get a pretty good picture of if the rest of the year is screwed or not. Then
yeah, definitely. I would think definitely when you go, we'll definitely have a much better. You wouldn't even have to wait till August 1st. You'll know what's going on then.
Oh,
by the way,
so
Retro Mike, I thought that's what I said. I certainly didn't say that, but I meant that's what my mind thought I said. So yeah, Retro Mike said Kubernetes is basically Docker on steroids. Again, Docker, you're telling it where you want it to deploy. Like I want to deploy it on this node or this node or this node, and it doesn't automatically, in most cases, as far as I know, it doesn't automatically switch over to a different node in the cluster if it's like proxmox or something like that. But in this particular case, it's containerized. It's containerized apps that are deployed in a clustered manner that allow them to be distributed and self-healing. Yeah, Docker is intended to be run on one server. Kubernetes is intended to be run as a cluster. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I did understand it. I couldn't explain it, but I did understand that part of it at least. So thank you, Mike. I appreciate that.
That's most networking and AI stuff with me right now. Like I kind of know it, but if you ask me to explain it, I'll sound like I don't know shit.
Yeah, there was a guy I just subscribed to. He was like 7,000 subscribers, but he was deploying his first Kubernetes cluster, and he did it as part of work. So it wasn't like he wasn't clueless or anything. And it was funny because he's like talking about things that I know a little bit about. Like he was like, I could do this if I just deployed a playbook. And I'm like, he's talking about Ansible. I know what he's talking about. So that's another thing I want to learn as well, is how to deploy using Ansible. And actually anybody here that would be interested, I'm thinking about creating a playbook for VAST. Making it much easier to install VAST. I could be your patient zero. Yeah, I need to learn it first. But yeah, no, I get it. Oh no, I need to learn it. If you want to test it on me and see if it works, we could absolutely do that. Cool.
Like I mean, I'll be hopefully deploying my VAST rigs in like before the end of this, like 2 weeks maybe is what I'm hoping. 2.5 weeks is what I'm hoping. So, I think I'm going to do some salad though. Like, I think I'm going to leave 1 or 2 on salad still just for content. Like, I don't know. We'll see. So, are you running your 5060 Ti? Actually, I meant to ask you, are you running those 3060s and the 5060 Ti's anymore?
I'm running the 5060 Ti's. They're not really getting very rented right now. But I'm also have them at a higher price. Well, okay, so totally forgot about this. So one of the things I was going to do today, and I just remembered I was going to do it. So during the week, when I was trying to make sure that 5090 Threadripper system got verified, I was like going over all the documentation of what do you need in order to get verified. And one of the key things they mentioned is making sure that you have the ability to be rented as a VM. That is a key characteristic. If you want to be verified, turn that on. So I tried doing it on my 5090 rig. Evidently with 5090s, it's a problem. Anyway, so I don't know if it's Blackwell or if it's just 5090s. I'm not sure, but I'm going to try to figure out how to turn on VMs on my 5060 Ti's and see if that will help me get more rented, first of all, because I have 3 5060 Ti rigs that are verified, and then I have one 5060 Ti rig that's not. So I want to try to see if I can get that done.
So wait. So if you have a VM, like if you allow VM access, then you have to make sure your what is it called? Your what is it called when you split up your network? I'm drawing a blank right now.
What, you mean isolate, you mean?
Yeah. Like no, when you VLAN, like you right? Is it?
Yeah, when you have VLANs. Yeah, VLANs,
yeah.
Yes, but I would even go further. I would isolate that particular port so it can only talk out and back, not talk to anything else on the network.
So if you so you open up, so you can't have it connected via wireless. It has to be hardlined. Right?
Yeah. Yes, correct.
And then you have to basically shut that port down so that they can't go anywhere in your network.
For the most part, yeah. Basically, if I remember correctly, the way you isolate the port, it means it can't talk to anything else on the device that it's on. But like if it's on a switch and it still has to talk to a router, technically it could still talk to the other ports, I guess, on the router, I think. I don't know. I'm somewhat secure, but I wouldn't say that I've completely locked down my network as much as maybe I should.
But like if you give the VM client, like what Swamp 7 says, and they have full control for overclocking, couldn't they just theoretically fry your card if they fucking ran it too hard?
I mean, yes, but no. The fact is that you need to make sure. Well, the cards have their own built-in.
Yeah, but like you wouldn't want to let somebody get to a 5090 because they would overclock it and push it way too close to 600 watts because the cable's already close.
True.
So wouldn't you not want to allow VM access on basically anything but like a 5060 Ti anyway?
You're probably not wrong. At the time, I was just so focused on getting that 5090 rig verified. Well,
because
like I said, it's not. I didn't turn on VMs because I couldn't get it to turn on.
There's no way that they would like. There's no way they would be able to overclock a 5060 Ti to the point where they killed it. Like you could just set it up where that's not possible. But like if you let them on a 5090, they will burn your cables. Like they'll push it and they'll blow it the fuck up.
They could, yes.
So like I probably wouldn't let anything over like a 4070 Ti Super. Even then, I don't think I like anything over a 5070. I probably wouldn't let them have access to overclocking it.
Well, first of all, remember it's only limited to what the card allows them to do. I don't have like some special BIOS on the thing. So
no, I know.
So I'm talking about for like 5060 Ti. I don't think I have anything to worry about.
No, you're fine with those. But like a 5080 or a 5090, even a 5080 can push it pretty hard. Like a 5080, 4090, and 5090 can get close to that 600 watt limit, and you're playing with fire.
Yeah,
like
agreed.
Like so, I found out that I can get someone DM'd me. I can get the Matrix BIOS to work on an Astral. And there's a way you can like overclock the shit out of it. But I responded to him. I'm like, yeah, but aren't I playing with fire with the cable? And he's like, well, yeah.
Well, yeah, yes.
But like
because the Matrix
and it's like the
Matrix has a separate cable. It has a second cable.
Well, no. Matrix only actually has one. But the Astral, what he was saying is the Astral has this built-in software that will keep you from like fucking it up. And MSI is releasing this new power supply. I don't know if you saw it at CES, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That power supply that'll cut it off.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna get one sampled. Like they're gonna send me one. So I could probably pair it with that power supply.
That was really cool, by the way. I know
Yeah,
that
And it's a
Der
1300
Bauer
water
has
too.
Der Bauer has a tool that will measure each individual cable as well. It's like that's like right around $150, $160. But you know, it's cheap insurance is really what it is.
But you
let
don't
me
need-
catch up on a couple of chats.
You're good.
So Retro Mike says, watch my semaphore video if you haven't from like a year or two ago. It's easiest to start with. It's a web UI for Ansible. Thank you. I will definitely do that. In fact, I am going to do what I did before when it came to setting up the stream. I'm going to write it down. Semaphore. Got it. And then the next one was, yes, that's exactly the conference I was talking about. The HPC conference in St. Louis.
Matt, when is it?
It's like in October or November.
If you want to go, I could probably go for work, and I could stop. My corporate office is in Missouri, so I could probably piggyback. So if you want to go, I could probably go.
Cool. I mean, I'm tentatively planning on it at this point.
Just let me know. Oh, by the way, I'm definitely skipping Disrupt. Disrupt is probably gonna be worthless this year. Like a lot, like Can-An's not going, and like I'm gonna tell them like just pull my ticket. Like I don't want to go.
Yeah.
And even BTC Vegas, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how these shows are, what the feedback from the shows is going to be, because I'm not going.
I think Disrupt, like I think Disrupt is a total waste of fucking time right now. And like from people I've talked to, like, and you know all the people, like they're all kind of saying the same thing. Like there's like people are gonna go if they're close and it's cheap, but like there's
But
here's
here's the thing, it's not a waste of time, because who's going to be there are companies like Terra and other hosting companies.
I don't know if they're going.
Okay, well, the reason why I'm saying that a lot of those companies might be going is because they're going to have customers that are getting cold feet and are now wanting to just get out and willing to part with their hardware at a discount. This is the time, getting close to the time, I should say, where it's going to be worth it to start buying hardware on the cheap.
But that's the thing though, is it? Because like Panda said a tweet today that was interesting, and I'm not telling you I'm right. Like I don't have inside information. This is just my opinion now, right? Like before I was arguing on a different thing.
Right.
Panda said that like, you know, where's the bear market? And my response was, bro, I wish we were in the bear market of like, what was it, 2023, 2024? Like that was a bear market where there was excitement. People were building towards the future. This is just like a fucking free fall. Like, are you sure you want to invest now when the bottom's going to drop even more? Like, how many coins do we all have that are worthless? Like, the hobbyist said a good point. This is the time. This isn't even the time to diversify out of your coins because they're worth negative shit. Like at this point, you might as well like hold on to it all.
Yeah,
and
no,
like,
trust me, I know Neox is
like,
one of them.
why would you buy a Bitcoin miner right now when they're probably going to go down even more?
Yeah, the thing is that this is what everybody says when the market's bad. Gee, do I really want to be investing in Bitcoin ASICs when the market's as bad as it is? Well, in hindsight, yeah, it's exactly the time you want to be doing it, because nobody's looking to buy. Again, it's the whole supply and demand. Right now, there's going to be more supply. There's going to be less demand, meaning that you should be able to drive a harder bargain to buy the hardware.
But we never got out of that bear market. Like, sure, Bitcoin prices were good, but like the meme coins fucked up all the hardware prices. It fucked up everything, right? And like
it did, but the part of the problem was there were guys. So if you look at like my friend Andy, I forget what the price was when he started buying them, but he was able. And again, maybe my memory's wrong, but my recollection is that he was able to buy. Now, I think he was looking to sell things at a much, much higher price, but he could have at least double or tripled his money on those miners when he bought them low. Now, most of the time they're looking to like 5-6 times their money because they're expecting the big run. So he may not have gotten around to actually selling the hardware. I don't know.
We didn't get that big run. And what I'm saying is like by the time the next big run comes, this hardware could even be worthless by then because they're still releasing new Bitcoin ASICs. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, and like GPU mining is dead, and that's never coming back. And like DPIN shit, most of that's trash. And like, what are you buying right now? Like solo miners, they're all just lottery, like they're all just fucking trinkets.
They're trinkets, yes.
They're literally trinkets. Like there's two, like the only solo miners I'll promote now are the Brains ones. All the other ones, like I told Bitcoin merch, like I don't want your shit. It's like trash. And home miners are heaters at this point. They're heaters that don't lose you money, right? And I know you can. And someone in your chat says you can't rely on the past to predict the future. But like, why the fuck would you invest in old Bitcoin miners right now when there's so many more profitable things like that will come back?
Well, again, people are comfortable in the markets that they understand. And if you are an ASIC miner and you have, say, 50 ASICs or 100 ASICs, and you're like, hey, I want to expand. I know that Bitcoin is going to come back and hit 130, 150,000 in the next few years. I'm willing to wait that out. I think it's a good investment. Is now the time? I'm not saying now yet. I'm just saying it's now getting to the point where it's going to start getting interesting when people start panicking.
What do you mean panicking?
I mean panicking as in, oh my God, how far is Bitcoin going to go down? How much less are my ASICs going to actually be worth? I need to get out now. I'm going to sell for 15, 20% discount below the already discounted price that they're selling at now. So that's what I'm saying. And believe me, not financial advice. I'm just saying that has worked in the past with a lot of different things. I mean, if you look at like what we have done with, GPU is a little bit different, but it's not that much different. I mean, look at what happened with the 50 series. 50 series, when it came out at the beginning of the year, it was like incredibly expensive. You couldn't get it. It was like impossible to find. And then middle of the year, 5090, the other vendors, they were selling for as little as 2,200. And now they're double.
The funny thing is, right? All the GPU miners who got in on the 4000 series, right? I was like ready to do a video where I was like, guys, I am sorry for telling you to buy 4000 series because we're about to get fucked. And then gamers gave us a gift. So I can't believe this. Gamers hate miners, but in January, February, March, we had the best exit liquidity on 40 series. Dude, I mined with my 40 series for almost 2 years, right? And I made 30 to 40% off every 40 series GPU I owned. Like gamers gave us the biggest exit liquidity gift I would have I could have ever imagined, right? It was just hilarious how we all got bailed out. And now even with 30 series, dude, 30 series are going up in price.
Yep.
Everything's
in short supply right now. I gotta get my 3060s on something to get rid of them and get them sold. If anybody wants to make me an offer, I've got, I don't know, 3 or 4 3060s left.
I'll DM you offline. I'll give you an offer where you just have the easiest sale ever. I don't give a shit, but you won't make as much as eBay. But I'll make you an offer you can't refuse.
Well, if you make me an offer, I can't refuse.
No, it's probably an offer that you're gonna refuse if we're being real. I always tell people when I make them an offer, you probably should refuse it.
Right.
So Panda said someone offered me 2K for it. What the hell? Oh, they're talking Pokemon. Ban Panda. Ban him.
Minute. Offered him 2K for what?
A Pokemon card.
One Pokemon card.
Pokemon is crazy, but I don't want to talk about Pokemon here. This is a Pokemon safe space.
We can talk about Pokemon as long as we ridicule it.
I mean, I like Pokemon. I just don't like the buying and selling of the cards.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But what was I going to tell you? So all right, so Max, I actually want to talk about this, and you're the expert, so I'll defer to you on it. I think it's going to be interesting because I think you're going to see less and less supply appear on the rental markets, right? Because how expensive it's going to be for RAM. Like I want to get an A6000, or an RTX 6000. I'm sorry, but the RAM cost might prevent me from doing it.
Right.
So like what I'm getting at is with the supply basically flatlining due to just availability, do you think rental either prices will go up or like everything will just be permanently rented? And will that cause prices to go up, or will people just not fuck with it and VAST will just be full?
So here's what I'm thinking is that I think we will see a slow decline in the supply, because basically people are going to be rented, but they're going to see the fast cash. There's going to be people that are just going to be like, you know what? This is too much work. I don't want to do it anymore. And I'm going to make money on all the stuff I bought. So people are going to, I think, sell out at times. Now, who's going to be buying it? Maybe somebody else that's going to put it online. I don't know. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I don't think supply is going to go up like on these platforms. But I think there's just going to be a steady, slow decline in supply. That's what I think is going to happen.
So if there's a steady, slow decline in supply, right? The one thing that Hobbyist and you said that I found really interesting was when you get your rigs rented by a client, you don't fuck with them. Like if they're renting your rigs at an X price, you're not just going to like, my immediate thought was, well, if everything's rented, I should raise my price. And you guys are basically like, no, you just keep these rented and you ride it the way it is.
Hold on. So here's the thing. When you are renting it, you not only set the price, you set how long that person can have it at that price.
Yeah, but would you let somebody who you know will stay on it, will you let them have it for a cheaper price? Or will you raise the price and go back to the Wild
My point
West?
is that, okay, so let's say I basically go to rent something tomorrow, February 1st, and I have an expiration date of March 1st. And first few days, nobody rents it. And then somebody comes on and they stay on. And you're like, well, shoot, I rented it for too less. I'm going to raise the price. You can't raise the price. Once they're rented, they're paying what they've contracted to do. But you can't effectively take advantage of that raise until you either A, get a new client, or B, that contract expires on March 1st.
But that's what I'm asking. When the contract expires on March 1st and you know it's already fully rented, will you raise it or will you just keep what you got?
Well, okay.
That's what I'm asking.
Right. So generally what I'm doing, A, if it's what I would call my long-term, I'll have 6 months on it. Somebody wants to stay on it for 6 months, they can stay on it, and I will leave it at 6 months. In other words, it will just continually keep pushing out that expiration date until I turn that checkbox off. Because there's people that want those long-term. Now, what I haven't done...
You'll take long-term stability over... But that's what I'm saying. So if a lot of people do that, right, will you end up in some weird place where, contrary to typical market behavior, where like VAST could be full and like people could just keep it rented? Like it could be like a thing where you go on VAST and you can't find any supply because it's all rented and it's not a race to the top. People are just chilling where they're at.
Yes, no, I hear what you're saying. So do you try to get shorter term rentals so that you can have more price flexibility, or do you go for the long-term rentals?
Yeah, and
everybody I've talked to that's in this space says go for the long-term rentals. You don't want the headache of people coming on and off your machines all the time. You want somebody that is going to stay there steady. And by the way, when you have a steady renter, half the time they're not even using it.
But that's what I'm saying, right? Like, so we could enter in some weird place where VAST is full.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's possible.
It's possible. It's happened.
Yeah. Look, that's what, because like I'm talking as somebody who doesn't know the space and doesn't know, and like I think I'm gonna do a video on this. Somebody coming into like the VAST space, like we should do a video on this. It'd be a good conversation where like, you know, I'm thinking about it from like a crypto miner and B, like an entrepreneur where like with computer parts, I'm incredibly good at reading the computer part market. Like I know when something's gonna go up and I know when something's gonna go down, and it's so easy to predict that a caveman literally could do it if they spent 2 minutes and watched it, right? And
Right.
I always take advantage of those prices. Where like, it's something like VAST, if my 5090s are rented for 6 months, I'm cool with it.
Yeah. So the other part of it also is that you have what's called reserved, meaning that so there's interruptible, there's on demand, and there's reserved. So you can also set a reserved discount where that customer will take a discount to rent for an entire period of time. I actually just read through this part of VAST today. So they will be motivated to actually keep that contract through the entire time that they have contracted. Okay. So let's say you had a 6 month, like I do, it's 6 months. And then somebody comes in and says, yep, I want that discount. I'm going to take that discount and do a reserved rate. Let's say 10%.
What do you mean? So like 10% of that rate, they're going to pay you?
So yes, let's just make it simple math. Let's say I'm renting 30 cents on 5090 per hour.
Okay.
They come in and they say, I want the reserved rate. It's 27 cents. Great, 27 cents. But you have now committed to 6 months. If you decide that you are going to decide, oh no, I don't want it for that entire time, you will then go back to the 30-cent rate if you don't fulfill the entire time. So the longer they are on your machine, the more likely they are to keep renting it for the full
So
time.
they could reserve it and they could just bounce from the reserve agreement and there's no penalty?
The penalty is they don't get the 27 cents. They then will be retroactively boosted back up to the 30 cents.
But so they could rent your rig, reserve it, and not actually use it and be paying you 27 cents an hour, theoretically.
Yeah.
But it might be worth it because the market could be like 40 cents. And you would take, I'm just theoretically, right? And you would take 27 cents all day if your rig's not being used and you're pulling out of watts.
Right.
That's free fucking money for you.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. So
That's,
if I look at where my current rigs are, my 3090 that I was just telling you, 15 cents.
Yeah.
I look at the temperature. It's at 41C.
And it's idle.
Yeah.
Idle.
It's idle, all right.
Yeah.
My 5060 Ti, well, that one's only got one out of the two now,
Can you-
right? But
can
that
I
one's a
ask- I have a question.
36.
Could you set up, I actually have a question and tell me what you think about this. Could you set up like an AI program or like a monitoring program where in a 24-hour span or like say a 30-day span, you could track the temperatures of your GPU to figure out how much it's actually being used?
I don't know. Maybe, probably.
Like that would be, because like that would be interesting to see like how much you're actually being used on like a fully rented rig in like a month's period, and like how much you actually spent, because it's not going to be perfect, but like say in a 30-day period you had like 10 days at 40C and like the other 20 at like 70C, right? Then you know it's basically like you can calculate basically how much wattage it's using and how much you actually spent in power.
So one of my 5090s, I'm just looking at the one because they're right next to each other. One's not rented. That's my unverified single 5090, and it's at 27C. The one right next to it in the rack is rented, and it's at 30C right now. So there's a lot of stuff that if you look at the jobs, it's like they're intermittent. They run and they basically have spikes.
So if it's at 30C, it's kind of being used?
It's probably very, very lightly being used.
Like basically idle.
Basically, yeah. A lot of times I'll see it go up to right around 100 watts. So yeah, especially if it's using a good amount of VRAM, then yeah, it's using some. But anyway, yeah, I mean, people think, oh, it's like mining. No, it's using less power than mining for the most part.
Yeah, I mean that's super interesting, and I definitely think there's a lot of interesting discussion topics about the economics of rentals versus the economics of mining. And from someone like me who's coming in from a miner and going into rentals, the economics is fascinating. Like, and you know what I'm sure this is, you already know all this shit, but it's like kind of like not.
And the thing is it's more of an art than a science actually at this point.
Yeah.
Because there's no right or wrong answer. Because trust me, when the demand hits and prices go up, you look like an idiot to have long-term rentals at that point, because you could be making, an additional 30-40% at least on your rentals.
Yeah, but what if for the last 6 months you made an additional 30 or 40 more because you weren't a greedy fuck?
I would much rather have the long-term rentals and the peace of mind of knowing I got that steady income coming in day in and day out. It's predictable. So yeah, I would much rather have that.
But you could also hedge your, like, so I have a smaller farm than you. Like, your farm is like 4 times the size of mine. You could almost hedge your bets where you have like where you're like, I need to make X amount a day on these machines to make it worth it. If you're making X amount on, say, 75% of your machines, then you could get greedy with the other 25.
You can, but you're pissing it away at that point. When you start getting greedy, guess what? 99% of the time you're not rented.
Yeah.
So that's been what I have found.
Do you think that the rental market is going to be totally different in the next 3 or 4 months than it was in the last 2 years, though?
That's a great question. Because I know deploying all of these GPUs, they're going to be used. And the question is, by who and for what? So and the price per token is dropping dramatically. And so
what do you mean the price per token?
So when you go to run something at Claude or ChatGPT, you're spending tokens whether you know it or not. There's a certain amount of free tokens that you can use at ChatGPT and Claude, but after that, they're going to start charging you.
Okay.
If you're an enterprise, you're spending per token generally. So so this cost per token is a real thing. So as it comes down, well, that means that us as home operators our prices have to come down too then. Unless even with the price per token coming down, there's still not enough capacity to take in all of the demand. So it in 3 or 4 months, could it change? Yeah. I mean, think about 3 or 4 months ago where we were a much different place than we are today. So yeah, things could, in this market, can change very rapidly. Is getting into GPU rental, is it risky? Yeah. Is it any more risky than any other business? But
here's the thing, though. Here's the really sweet thing about the risk on this, okay? If you're using 5090s and 4090s, right? Am I breaking up?
Your sound is fine. It's just the picture.
Okay. So this internet sucks. I'm still on my crypto internet. This is like 100 up, 100 down. Okay. But anyway, if you're using a 5090, right? I guess you have the RTX 6000, which is more, but it's not actually that viable with RAM prices, right? Mm-hmm. So let's just stick with the consumer side. The 6090 will be telegraphed 6 months out. Literally telegraphed 6 months out.
Yep.
So you will have the longest off ramp to get rid of this shit. Like, to get rid of your 5090s for more than you paid. So if you get burned on the price of a 5090 where you don't sell it fast enough, or you sell it at the wrong time, that's on you. Like, if you sold a 4090 for $1,200, you were dumb, and that was your fault because the market said it wasn't gonna, like, not to do it, right?
Right.
So, like, you shouldn't get burned on the 90 class. Now, I'm not talking about any other class, but you shouldn't get burned on the 90 class because it's such a bottleneck, and it's such a predictable bottleneck. So is there really a risk? Like, maybe if you spend a shit ton of money on RAM and RAM prices collapsed, but like, if you have this stuff now, can you really get screwed?
If you have this stuff already, I don't think you can get screwed at this point.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about
if you're going out and trying to buy 5090s now at the price they're at, and having to buy RAM at the price there is now, yeah, it's more risky than it was, say, 6 months ago. So like I said, me personally, I'm telling myself I'm not expanding. I'd like to do one more rig, but you know, it's like 2-foot-itis when it comes to boats or motorhomes. You know, I want to build one more rig. I want to build one.
Well,
more
all
rig.
right. So not to pat my own back, but like it's really easy to expand when you get free shit.
I know.
Like when the RAM kits just come in after you do content on them, like, and you don't sell them, you just toss them into AI rigs.
Yeah.
And like, it doesn't come often, but it will come a little bit. But
I will
somebody said,
I will say if anybody's looking to build anything, I'm telling you, the Micro Center bundles are the place to go. I mean, they're reasonable.
And they keep going up is the hilarious thing, and they're still reasonable.
Yeah, true.
So 619 ETA says, I told you Verizon throttles you once you hit the limit. So I'm not on my home internet. I have 2 internets in my house, and the shed is connected to my business internet, which certainly has a limit, right? Because it's 100 up, 100 down, and I'm probably getting throttled like a motherfucker on that. And I will get rid of this in like 10 days. So that's why I'm getting throttled probably. But yeah, those Micro Center bundles, they've literally gone up 20% in the last 2 weeks, and they're still good deals.
Oh yeah, they are real. I was like looking at them like, dang, that's really tempting. The problem is that you can't substitute RAM. Like the best you can get is 2 sticks of 16. So, you know, 32 total.
But
so if you want to max out at 128, then you're like, oh shit, I can't really do that with you know, like that. So like if you wanted, like for instance, if you wanted to do you know, a RTX Pro 6000, you're going to want to at least get minimum 128 gig. You really should probably more, but yeah.
Yep. But do you think that's why the RTX 6000 won't get widely adopted, even if it's the better deal financially? Like, do you think that's why the prices of them are kind of stagnant?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it's going to contribute to it.
I really think like I legitimately think I want one. Like you need to talk me out of one, because I think I can economically justify one in my situation, and I can get the RAM to do it. And
if you can get the RAM, yeah, I would say yeah.
No, but I think I just want to.
Minimum is make sure it's a 12 core minimum.
What do you mean?
A 12 core processor.
So all right. So talk me out of this, please. I would literally replace my 5090 Astral, and I would put an RTX 6000 in my gaming PC and use it for whatever I wanted. I'd put 128 gigs of RAM in it.
That is a waste of money.
No, but I would do AI on it and game on it. Like
it'd be a waste of money.
But would it be?
Put that thing in a rig that is going to get rented. I'm telling you, running it on your own.
If I can run content on it, is it a waste?
In my opinion, yes. I think it is. So, you can run content on it quickly and then put it to use.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, here was my thought, and stop me if I'm stupid, because you're great at that. That Denny's dinner was enlightening. Yeah, for context, Max, Goat, and I sat at a Denny's for 6 hours, not 6, maybe 4 hours.
It was 3.5, I think.
It was like 4 hours, or whatever, at Denny's talking about everything. But anyway, my thought is if I could get enough money, like I could get $8,000 worth of sponsored content from that card, right? Then it paid for itself. Then I can do whatever I want on it. I can just game on it if I really wanted to.
No, it's not the way you think about. Oh my god!
But if it paid for itself, who cares?
Hey, so I've got 4090s that have all been paid for. They've more than made up their money. So I'm just gonna go play with them for myself. No, continue to have them make money for you. You know, ROI the shit out of those things.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Well, okay. So actually, this leads me to another question, and I want your opinion on this. Will the RTX 6000s hold their value at 8,000, 8,500?
I think so, but obviously the risk is greater because your market's less. But I think that they will.
And Ruben, and you went to the Nvidia thing at the Fontainebleau. Ruben's out. It's there. Like I was talking to them, they're deploying. Like I was talking to my Nvidia AI rep. Well, I think I have a rep. That's a long story, but they're deploying Ruben.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like not off the record stuff. Like you saw the Rubin rack there.
Yeah. Yep.
So like,
and Rubin or any of their GPUs, well, the last two have been coming out about a year afterwards. The consumer cards have been coming out a year after the commercial cards.
And we saw AMD unveil the new MI series, which is the one that forces Rubin to come out.
Right.
And then if Rubin gets forced to come out, the gaming one is shortly thereafter.
Yeah.
So like,
and honestly, the plan for AMD and AI is crazy good.
Yo,
if that actually comes to fruition, holy crap.
Listen, I gotta tell you some stuff after this off the record. It's gonna be I can't say it on here.
Okay.
But I'll share it with you. It's not even stuff I'm NDA'd on. It's just stuff that I think I'm gonna get NDA'd on, and I can share it with you because I can talk until I can't. And
right.
I'm real excited. But okay, so do you actually think like that the Blackwell 6000s are a riskier buy than the 5090? Because I kind of do now.
Yes. I think that they are, just because it's in a different market. People aren't buying those cards right now. I mean, it basically has the same processing ability as a 5090, but just with more VRAM. But if you're a consumer, what do you need that much VRAM for? You don't. The market is a much smaller market. You're not gonna sell an RTX Pro 6000 to a gamer.
Yeah, but okay. So say you don't. Okay, so let's move on from that, right? Say you have an RTX Pro 6000. That thing's gonna be useful well after a 5090, right? Like if you didn't sell it and you ROI'd on it, right? Like say I got enough ad revenue in my fantasy land to cover the price, right? And it's paid for. Like just run with me. Theoretically, I could just rent it until it's dead, right? Because like it should rent longer than a 5090.
Yes, it should. Yes, it definitely should. So yes, you're definitely future-proofing yourself by doing that.
Right? Like.
Yep. So one of the things I had thought about. So I had thought about getting a little bit more RAM for a couple of my T7810s and trying So a T7810 is an old Dell Precision desktop. It's an old workstation.
DDR4 or 3?
DDR4.
Okay, keep going. Sorry, I just wanted context.
No, that's fine. PCI 3 though, not PCI 4.
Okay, keep going.
It has two PCIe 16 slots in it. And I do have the ability to run 2 cards on it. So anyway, I was thinking about actually taking my 2 Minis Forum motherboards that are PCIe 5, have 96 gig of RAM in them, and actually trying to put a RTX Pro 6000 in one of those, taking out one of my 5090s, and then run that in a T7810 and see how it does. But I'd have to put some more memory in it.
Wait, so you'd run an 6000 on the server board and not the Minis Forum board?
No, I would run it on the Minis Forum board.
But why would you put it in the old server? Why would you put it in that?
I put a 5090 in the old server and see how it would do.
Oh, you would move the 5090 from the Minis Forum board into the
into the T7810. I don't know. Like I said, these are some wild ideas.
But it's interesting for you to talk about that, right? Because like say we're in a world now where we can't buy 5090s, right? Mm-hmm. You get a minute and 50 seconds to buy them from Nvidia Marketplace if they come, right? And I think we might see them soon because Europe got a drop. So we usually see them. But anyway, regardless of that, right? If you can't buy a 5090 and you have the RAM and you have the infrastructure, is an RTX 6000 worth it for you? Maybe not in the way we originally talked because the resale is not as good, but like if you have the capital and you know they'll be profitable for at least a year, wouldn't it be worth buying one? Maybe 2?
I mean, I'm not saying it's not worth it.
No, for you, I'm saying the risk is much lower than for someone else.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
So like if you have the capital and you can't buy a 5090 and you want to spend the capital because you know it'll be profitable, maybe you getting like a 6,000 or two is worth it.
Possibly. The thoughts crossed my mind. There's a couple of things that hold me back a little bit.
What-
One
what?
is I like to be able to buy stuff on 0% financing, because that way it pays for itself before I actually have to pay for it. So obviously an RTX Pro 6000, you're not going to get that.
No, you can't finance that.
No. So I would have to pay for it up front. And I'm not saying that I haven't paid for some of my 5090s up front. When I know that I'm going to get a 5% discount at Micro Center, I'm not financing it for 6 months.
Oh yeah, I never
paying for it
finance
up front. So
I pay out of pocket for everything.
yeah, so I am paying out of pocket some of the time.
You have more 5090s than me. Like we're talking, I paid out of pocket for 4 when you have like 15.
I have 10 5090s. 10
No, but
5090s,
like, well, how many 4090s do you have?
14.
Yeah, so you have 25.
Well, actually, I take
GPUs
that
in
back.
your
I
phone.
do have 15 4090s. I keep forgetting
No,
about the
but
one
like,
that I have in salad. But yeah.
You have almost 30 GPUs in your farm. My farm consists of 1 4090 and 4 5090s. So
yeah,
like,
I have 34. 34.
yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I paid out of pocket because my initial investment is way smaller than yours.
Right. Well, that's
what I
part of
meant.
it, but the other part of it is, so like right now, I have paid off everything that was part of that initial investment, and pretty much everything I'm buying now is being bought from the revenue.
Will you?
So-
Okay, so I have another question for you, but finish your thought on why
So
you.
let me
back from
also
6,000.
specify. So like last month was a bad month. I was $2,200 in revenue. That's a bad month. Typically it's over 3. And it looks like now it's picking back up. So probably next month should be maybe 2,800 next month. We'll see. But yeah, when you're talking like that, yeah, you're even at the prices they're at, I could buy a 5090 once every 2 months.
So, okay, so, I'm sure. Would you? What's the? I don't even know. I'm gonna look. What do you know what the market is for a 4090 right now?
It's interesting you mentioned that, because I was going to bring this up earlier, was that you were talking about the price of building PCs and that type of thing. And Jay's 2 Cents did a video about a $10,000 build. And he was just like, because he was building it for his editor. And he was just like, this is crazy. We're building a 10,000. That's nuts.
Let me give you real quick. Let me give you a perspective on these large tech tubers, okay? And I'm not talking shit at all, right? But we're all in the same. I'm in the same circles as these guys now.
Mm-hmm.
They are so, and I mean this as respectfully as possible because they are incredibly successful and they have a lot of pull in the industry, right? They are so out of touch with the market. Like, they don't pay for anything. They don't. Like, nothing gets paid for them. And like, I literally don't pay for anything but 90 class GPUs and 80 class. Like, that's all I pay for now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm forcing myself to do tons of market research because like I'm just being honest, right? I'm being frank and upfront. Like, this isn't boasting, this anything. Like, when you can just message a brand and be like, I want a $300 motherboard, and it shows up at your door, your value proposition is wildly like off.
Mm-hmm.
Because like, you just don't pay for things anymore. So those guys are so much bigger than I am that their value proposition is so wildly out of touch with reality.
Right. No, he even said that. He's like, look, I'm going to Micro Center and I'm spending, but I think he said $1,600 for what he had left that he needed in order
And they
to finish the
probably are
build.
going to reimburse him for it out of the behind the scenes.
Maybe. My point is that he was like, look, he's like, know that there's no way I'm telling anybody to build this. I'm building this because we have the parts. They're sitting, and we need a new editing PC because the editing PC he's on right now is acting squirrely. He's on a 13900K. And
Do you see this?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think I paid for in this part setup? What do you think I paid for?
I have no idea. Not much.
That's it. The only thing I couldn't get sponsored was the case. All this didn't. Well, this too. Sorry. This. All this other stuff free. Didn't pay for any of it. But like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, they are so wildly out of touch with reality that like you don't want to take their market research. You know what I mean? Like they don't know.
Well, as I said, he was saying like, this is crazy that I'm building a computer that is this expensive. But the reason why we're doing it is because we have the parts.
Yeah.
We do need a new high-end PC. So basically he was building a 64 core Threadripper PC. It was a 9980X CPU.
Dude, they get those for free too. Like they get
he did.
sampled
Yeah,
those.
no, he said he did.
It's wild.
Yeah, that's a $5,000 CPU.
Yeah, but like from someone who works on the outskirts with AMD, do you know how hard it is to even get like AMD is stingy with their samples?
Yeah.
Like stingy. Like more stingy than Nvidia, if you can believe that.
Oh, I believe it.
So but like back to 4090 prices, right? Like sorry, I got us off on that tangent.
That's fine.
But do you think like what would you sell your 4090s for?
I don't know. And they're still making me money. I don't want to try. The thing is that I hate more than anything. I hate hardware sitting. And if I sold my 4090s, I'd have to figure out what I was going to put in those you know, on those motherboards and such. And I'd have to end up buying more hardware in order to do it.
But would you okay, but if you could sell, so right now, right, the average so I'm looking for the last 30 days on eBay, and this isn't perfect, right?
Sorry, I'm laughing. I don't know how you are coming across on the stream, but you are coming across as like that Sunday, you know, the salesperson.
No, I get it. But what I'm trying to do, I'm Red Bulled up and animated because I'm tired as shit. I've been working my ass off, getting the studio like ready for like filming and shit. Mm-hmm. But anyway, like the average sold price on eBay is $21.46 for 4090s. 50 of them have sold, 47, which means people are not selling them because they're holding them, which means the price is probably higher. So if someone offered you $2,400 for like 5 4090s, 4090s, right? So they offered you because they needed bulk and nobody would sell them, and you take care of yours, right? So if somebody offered you cash, right, like $12,000, okay, and that would basically get you. So if you could basically turn 5 4090s into 1.5 Pro 6000s, would you do it?
I would consider it. I don't know if I would do it, but I would definitely consider it. Remember, right now I'm making, again, they're not fully rented all the time, but I would say on those 14 GPUs, I'm probably making about $2 an hour on average.
What does a Pro 6000 make an hour?
About 60 cents.
It's fair. So that is fair. But here's another.
But it uses a lot less power. It's only going to be using 600 watts versus all those 4090s when they are rented. Like right now, the ones that are rented, I have 3 out of the 6 rented on the Octoserver, and the GPU temps are 69 right now. Nice.
So,
and I'm not lying; they are 69. So
no, I get it. So another interesting question that I don't know the answer to. Like I don't when it comes to this price. I don't know like how high you think the 4090s are going to go. Like, are they tied to the 5090s value or are they not?
I think they're tied to the 5090s value. The actual difference in performance is only like 10 to 15%. It isn't that big of a difference.
Okay, so if the 5090 ends up at $4,000, right? Like, which it's coming dangerously close to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would start really. I probably wouldn't do 2,400 at this point because of where the 5090 prices are going. I think 4090 prices are going to go over $3,000.
I don't. All right, so like I'm not saying you're wrong because I don't have a perspective to go off of, right? And the 4090 is a weird card because it's technically outdated, but it's technically not, right? Mm-hmm. And you still can't get them. But do you really think a 4090 will go to $3,000?
I
'Cause
do.
I feel like people
I'm
are
not.
still-
I'd say it is. I think a greater than 50% chance that it'll go to $3,000.
So if a 4090 is at $3,000, is a 5090 at $5,000?
No, a 5090s. I'm saying 5090s are already at 4,500. So if
I don't-
I'm in
I
the
don't-
market and I can buy a 5090 for 4,500, or I can buy a used 4090 for say 3,200, I'm buying the 4090
But what? But
because
I
I
don't
don't
know,
have an
man.
extra $1,500 to spend. Hell, I don't even
No.
have a $3,000 to spend, but
But-
I
but-
want that card. You know.
for what? What do you? But if okay, so if you're buying it for rentals, the longer you, the closer we get to 2027, okay, and the likely RTX Rubin release, right? Now I don't have.
Well, let me interrupt for a second. Let me ask you this. What do you think 5080s are going to get to?
See,
They're
that
not
one's
done.
weird.
They're not
No.
done.
There is a ton of them. They're being made. There is a huge surplus of 5080s right now.
I get it, but where do you think the price is going to go? Because the AIBs are going to have to raise prices because of the memory prices.
Okay, so there's a lot of rumors that are unconfirmed on the AIB side. I'm gonna go dig around next week and see what I can get out of some people, my AIB contacts. But I have a hard time seeing the 5090. Now this is not me standing by this prediction, right? Right? This is a semi-educated guess. I have a hard time seeing the 5090 go above 1800 because there's a lot of stock of the 5090s right now, and they're floating at between 14 and 1500, and they're not flying off the shelves as fast as I thought they would. Because okay, so like you said, the 5090 is driven by AI, right? The 5080 is not popular with AI. The
Right.
5080 is hated by gamers. Most of the high-end gamers bought their 5090s early or bought their 5080s for $1,000. With the 5070 Ti skyrocketing in price, it makes the 5090 the 5080 more attractive. But I don't know, let me put it this way. When you go to Micro Center next, go look at how many 5080s are on stock.
That's
Go,
what I'm
what's your
doing.
Micro Center,
It's
actually?
literally what I'm doing right now.
Go look at. I'm gonna look at mine. You look at yours.
Yeah.
Because the stock is public. Like we can actually talk about that right now. Like
Yeah. So
the stock is public there.
the 5080 Prime is 1,500 already. There's 10 in stock. The ROG Astral has 0 in stock, but there's 1 open box for 1,709. The ROG Astral, wow, they already have this card. The ROG Astral Dahab, whatever, the gold one,
Yeah.
that one is 1,900. There's 2 in stock.
All right. Let me know when you're done, and I'll read mine.
No, that's fine.
You-
The Gigabyte, the gaming, the cheapest one. There's 1 in stock, 1 open box. The stock one is 1,500, and the open box is 1,350. And then you got 7. Oh, that's actually kind of a cool card. I like that card. The 5080 Pro Art, but this is the 3-fan version of it, is 1,700.
So how many total in stock are at your Micro Center?
10, 12, 19, 20. Exactly 20. Not including
So,
the open box. If you add the open
all right,
box, it's
so-
22.
That's telling. So at mine, the cheapest one is $1,389. 4 in stock, MSI Shadow. Then we've got 8 Primes at $1,500, 9 Astrals at $1,900, 3 Dahabs at $1,900. Which is weird because if you could buy the Dahab or the Astral, I'm buying the Dahab because they're the
Yeah.
same card.
Yeah.
You got 1 at 1,400, 1 Windforce, 1 Ventus at 1,439, 6 Pro Arts. So there's 38 in stock. So the supply is actually going down, which is, I didn't know that was the case. So I'll tell you this.
So hang on, but before you go any further. So if you look where, you remember, where does this normally go? Usually the first thing to go is the lowest price stuff. And
Yeah.
is it flying off the shelves? No, but it again, I have the
There's not a lot of them.
1389. The 1391 is also in stock in Chicago, not at Westmont. There's 5 there, but I have a feeling those are going to be gone. Then there's that's the MSI Shadow, and then there's the 50, and again you go up to the 5080 Prime after that. I do find it interesting that if you look at the Asus Astral or any of the Astral cards, they're already at $1,900 to $2,000. So could I see them going higher? Yeah.
So let me add on to what you're saying, because this is actually perfect with what I was going to tell you. I said with the 5090, right? I said when people realized that the 3350 Astral was a good value for what you get on the card based at the current market. When that card sold out, the market for the 5090s was going to skyrocket. So I would say, based on past history and where we're going, once that $1,900 barrier of the 5090 or the 5080 gets cracked, who knows?
Yeah.
And the thing I keep saying about the 5080, when people say it's shitty value and gamers scream at me for it, I think they're all wrong, is the 5080, if you look at it as a 4090 with 16 gigs of VRAM, the value proposition totally changes, right? Because if you can get a if a 4090 costs $2,200, right? Don't you think a $1,900 5080 is a better value? Because while it has less VRAM, you get multi-frame gem 6X, and you'll get more DLSS support for longer.
I mean, I don't know why, but people get a hard on for more VRAM. I just want more VRAM.
It's
they
stupid.
become
They're
irrational.
uneducated. It's stupid.
No, I know, but that doesn't mean that it isn't true. And so that's what I find, like I said, I find irrational.
Well, hold on. Are we okay? So in context,
by the way, did you see this card? I had never even heard of this card.
Yeah, it's the MICU. Yeah, it's cool.
That is a cool looking card.
You know what's cooler? The Doom one. Do you see that? Do you see my Doom one?
Oh, I haven't seen the Doom one, no.
Look at that. Look at my box in the background. I bought a ROG Astral 5080 Doom. Guess what I paid for it?
Nothing.
$1,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I can't get that for free. I'm not that cool.
Okay.
I can't get 80 class cards for free. I can't get them yet. No, the MICU is cool. They just give you the anime tax. It's crazy. But as far as VRAM, right? Are we talking in context of a gamer or a rental AI user?
I mean, it's a market. You're gonna have a little bit of both. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But bottom line, you definitely hit it on the head. Where if it breaks that 1900, they sell all the way up to 1900,
and they're gone.
And then
when they come back,
then the sky's the limit.
So like okay, so if the Dahab and the Astral, like the Astral models, right? If that $1,900 barrier gets cracked and they're gone, when they come back, what are they at? 2,700?
I'm thinking 22. But I think that leaves room for the 4090s to then be over 3.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're getting 50% more VRAM. And I don't think anybody cares if it's been used or not. They just don't care.
So someone tried to tell me when I was selling a 3090, they tried to tell me like it's used, I should pay less. And I laughed at them. I literally laughed at them. And I said, oh, you poor sweet child. I said, here's what's going to happen. You're going to buy this GPU off of me and you're going to pay me friends and family. And I'm going to take zero risk. And they're like, no, I'm not. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to the 7 other people behind you. And I said, you've already bought off me. You know I'm safe. You're either going to pay me in the way I want and the marketplace I want, or I'm going to move on. And they're like,
right.
You know, that's bullshit, right? And I'm like, it's just capitalism.
It's supply and demand. It's capitalism. I'm sorry.
And they were like, I respect you. Like, they're like, I know you're trustworthy and you are so cutthroat and you're so honest about how fucked I am and how you have all the power that I feel comfortable buying off you. And he did. He bought it. He got it. He said, thanks. You know, everything went well. But like when I sell 90 class cards, I sell them the way I want with zero risk. Like everybody pays me friends and family. I assume no risk on these cards. and like I will fully insure them on your dime, but like the market on them is 100% a seller's market. It's like the housing
absolutely.
market. You're gonna blow me while I sell you this, and then you're gonna thank me for it. And you cannot put that on fucking YouTube. No clip of that. No clip of that.
You already knew where I was going with that when you said it.
But
so.
in all seriousness, though, seriously, Max, like whether you're a gamer, everybody in the chat, like I want to know what everybody thoughts are on this. You know what you're doing. Are you paying $2,200 on a 5080?
By the way, Panda,
Panda,
you have permission if you want to, put that in one of your shorts.
No. I have enough dirt on Panda, and Panda knows. I have enough dirt on Panda where he ain't posting that shit. Panda, I got something I got to DM you about later. You're gonna laugh. But anyway, would you pay $2,200 for a 5080 or $3,000 for a 4090 in this fantasy land we live in?
Would I? You're asking me if I would or they would?
Yeah, this is for everybody. And Panda, I'm not.
I wouldn't pay that.
I mean, it.
Okay, so you got to remember, I'm the guy who wouldn't pay more than retail during the mining boom. So no, I am definitely not paying those amounts. I'm selling.
Okay, but let's
what the market is at, but I'm not buying at that.
Time out. Let's start over. If you're recommending people who want to get into high-end gaming or rental market, like they want to get in, they know the market's fucked, they want your advice. Okay? They want your advice.
My
and they
advice?
ask you $3,000 4090 or a $2,200 5080. What are you telling them?
Okay, so again, it depends. The main thing is, are you getting into this to make money, or are you getting into this because partially to make money, but partially as a hobby? Like you think this is cool and you'd like to try it out. If it's the latter, if it's the latter, then I say go for it and I can help you do it. But if it's the former, like, hey, I'm just looking to make money. Nope, now is not the time. Now is definitely not the time.
Okay, so you're saying
it's
zero,
just too expensive.
None of them.
It's too expensive at this point. None of them, yeah. It's too expensive at this point to get in. It just is. That's why I'm not. That's why I am hesitating on even thinking about expanding. The only reason why I can expand is because of the revenue coming in. So the only thing that means is if I'm going to take all that revenue and reinvest it, that just means I reinvest slower because everything costs more.
All right. So let's say you don't reinvest. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, this isn't inside knowledge. I have crumbs of Ruben info, like literal crumbs that are already on the internet. Like I don't have anything more. I don't even have smirks. I don't even have off the record. Like I had certain off the record things with some other things that got canceled. But I have nothing on this, right? But I think you can obviously say that there's a pretty good chance from what we've seen publicly that Ruben is coming in 2027.
Correct. I would agree.
So if you know Ruben's coming in 2027, if you're wrong, and I don't know if you are, and the RAM crisis is still there in 2027, right? If we still are where we're at and there's no end in sight, how fucked are the Ruben prices?
Yeah, I don't even know. Let me back up a second. The other thing is why I'm definitely not expanding is I have some expenses coming up because this surgery is not free at all.
Your insurance doesn't cover it?
Well, first of all, I have a high deductible plan, so it's $5,000 just for that. But no, a lot of the stuff when it comes to surgery is not covered 100%. It's considered.
This is elective for you?
It's not completely elective, but there's things. So like the robotic part of it is not covered. So basically, I have an extra $5,000 deductible to cover, plus $5,500 to cover. Basically, everything all in is probably going to be somewhere in the range of $12,000 to $15,000.
Well, then I mean, for your personal, then you're fine. Your revenue will pay for most of it.
Yeah, it will, but it means I don't have that revenue to buy new hardware. Is my point.
Yeah, but that's perfect because you probably shouldn't be buying new hardware anyway.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's true.
Like you're in a you're in a uniquely, like, I don't see how you get fucked in this market. Like you have to hold. Like this is the equivalent of when ETH mining is done and you held. I did that. I did that. I didn't lose, but I didn't win as big as I could have.
Yeah, agreed.
So like you only are gonna get fucked in this market if you let yourself get fucked.
Yeah, like I said, if you already have hardware, you're in good shape. If you're looking to get in and buy new hardware, that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
So what's your exit plan with the 4090s, or do you not have one?
I don't currently have one. I will say I have been asking you for your cable guy.
Oh, yeah, I'll get you that.
To make the special 600
watt. I have to message him. I have to get some money. I have like $50 of affiliate money I have to get from him. I'll message him.
I would like to, and I think I could do it with the 512 that's in there. Wouldn't be ideal, but basically putting 65090s in the Octoserver.
Did you message Inwin? Did you message Inwin for that server board, or could you even use that server board?
I think I did. I did. I emailed him. I didn't hear back though.
Yeah, I'll follow. I'm gonna follow up with him too. But would you take that server if they sent it to you? Like, could you use it? I meant not take it. I mean, you would, but could you use it?
Would I use it? Yeah, I mean, I would. I would only put probably 4 GPUs in it, but yeah, I would definitely use it. I mean, I could do a couple different things with it. I could take my 8 5060 Ti's and put it in there and just make it a 5060 Ti rig, which would be pretty darn interesting actually. Or I could put 4 5090s in it, which is going to be much more rentable than single 5090 rigs. So, but the one I want. The other one is the one I want to replace that.
Which one?
That case.
Oh yeah. That
one is cool. I like that setup.
Yeah, I want that too. I would put it maybe in here, like I don't know. I would maybe put it in here because they're gonna TP-Link will send me one of those those Wi-Fi hotspots, but it'll be the one that is connected wired, and then it has like 4 Ethernet plugs in it. So I could probably put like one AI rig out here if I want to like get into it on like my main monitor or like not remote into it. Maybe I'll do that.
Cool.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think like this is such a weird market. Like I think that we know like it depends so much on what happens with like OpenAI and stuff. And like I really do think that we're fucked this whole year. But at least whether we agree or not, I think we'll find out in the next 3 or 4 months if we are fucked. Like the info will come out.
No, I would not take that, Panda. Just the 4090s. Just the 4090s, not anything else with the 4090s. Just the 4090s.
I wouldn't take that.
I would not take
now.
That. No.
Because like here's the thing, Panda, and Max, back me up on this. They're not gonna go under that price.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to get that in 6 months. You'll be able to get that for your 4090s.
Yeah. That's my belief.
So like, if you could get that in 6 months, unless you can take that capital and significantly increase your investment in something that we don't know about, I wouldn't do it.
I mean, I kind of value my 4090s at about 2,500. So I've got 15 of them. So that's almost 40 grand. 37,500 in 4090s, and then 105090s, which I'd value at 3,500 minimum right now.
So with a 4090,
so that's another 35 grand. So I have like over 70 grand just in graphics cards. That's not even counting the 3090s and the 5060 Ti's. So probably close to 80 grand in just GPUs. That's what they're worth. Yeah, I would say right now, Red Panda, I would say 2,500. That's what I would value it at currently. Do I think it's going to go higher? Yes, I think it's going to go higher, but I think current pricing is about 2,500. Did Fruit freeze? Yes, he's frozen. It took me a second. I was like, is he playing me? Is he? Trade for God packs. Oh my God, here we go. Okay, Panda, 2,500 in US dollars. None of that Canadian crap, and certainly not Pokemon value. I cannot hear you at all, Groot. You are completely frozen. All right, he left. He'll probably come back. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, so Red Panda said, I literally posted 4090s on my Facebook Marketplace 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, no joke, 2 people messaged me. Ed for 2,500. Hey, Enable, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right, so I'm just don't screen share. You can get my screen away if you want.
All right, hold on. Because yeah, you're sharing. You're sharing.
Yeah,
the
I just had to screen share a screen to get into it.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, can you hear me though?
I can hear you. Yeah.
All right. So, would you? I'll stay in for a little bit because this is good. Would you sell your 4090s for $3,000 if someone offered you $3,000 for each one?
I would certainly listen. I would definitely listen.
You're not going to get that kind of revenue back with them, and then you're going to have the cash.
Yeah, I probably would.
I'd say you're insane if you didn't. Okay, so what about a 5090? I think if someone offered me $5,000 for a 5090, I'd take it.
I don't know. Yeah, $5,000, I would certainly consider it. Holy crap, that would be.
I can't. So here's the thing. I can't say that for sure, though, right? Like I can't say for sure if I would take for a 4090.
Sorry, I'm muting you because you're like talking twice. So you're definitely getting echo from you.
Oh, my bad. Let me go to some.
No. It's fine now. I muted the other side, and I don't know why that was the case. That was really.
I just screen shared a screen that wasn't gonna dox me. That's all.
No, that's fine. Right now I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of this screen share without getting rid of you.
Can you just mute my screen? Here, can I mute my
Hold on.
Here, let me see if I could do a Here, how about that? Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you. That's good.
I just disabled my video.
All right, cool.
I have some streaming equipment coming, I think, from a sponsor. Right now is literally just stuff to get me by. So, but I don't know, man. It's crazy to think that like $5,000 wouldn't make me want to sell a 5090, and that's literally like double plus profit.
Yeah, I would at 5,000. I would definitely consider it.
I think 5,500. I'd be stupid not to.
Oh, 5,500. Hell yeah. Done.
Yeah.
Absolutely done. I mean, shoot, that'd be doubling my money on all of those pieces of hardware.
Yeah. Okay, so 55 is your absolute I would sell number. What about the 4090? What's your absolute sell number?
3,500 would be an absolute sell. Like, no doubt. 3,500. Really? 3,000 probably.
Okay, so we disagree. Now, I don't think you're wrong, and I think I'm conservative on the 4090. And I'm not telling you that I'm right, because I don't know if I am. But I just don't see them going past $3,000.
Let me throw out the possibility of, you saw what things were going for during the mining craze. I know that was a little bit different of a time. But that was could you ever have imagined that things were going to sell? Because the one thing that isn't different about it is supply and demand.
No, on the 90 class cards, you're right. It's the same.
Right.
And there's no boom. Like, everything was placated on those 17 fuckers that were on the Ethereum Council that kept the whole market hostage. This is too many people where one group of people can't crash it.
Right.
It's true. Okay, but what is the 6,000? Okay, but what does Ruben do to the value of the 4090?
Oh, it'll drive it down. I'm not saying it'll be that price forever.
But we're on a clock now.
I'm thinking about like August,
10-month
September
clock.
time frame. Maybe selling the 4090s, but again, it'll all depend on what I'm currently making with them at that point too.
Okay, so let me come at you with this. Say we start hearing credible rumors about Rubin at CES 2027. Okay, like credible rumors that certain people can verify off the record and be like, okay, this is probably legit. Like when we figured out the Super Series was not coming, right? Would you try to beat that with your 4090s, or would you hold your 4090s till then and sell them for a little bit less?
Okay, so here's what you have to think about. So if at that time when we started getting credible rumors, I'm making $50 a day on my 8 4090s.
Yeah.
So that comes out to be $1,500 a month.
Mm-hmm.
So do I sell them for $3,000 a piece at that point for 24,000? Probably at that point.
But here's a counter to that. What if, like with the 5000 series, we knew there was going to be supply fuckery, right? What if we hear the same thing with Rubin and they're saying supply is just as bad as when the 5090s released, which means that nobody but reviewers will get them.
No, I know that's always going to
Then
be
does
the
that mean you
risk.
keep your 4090s? Does that mean you just keep them and ride them until they lose value? Because they might not.
I mean, I still have 3 3090s that are kicking it pretty good. So
What'd you pay for your 3090s?
600 or less. 2 of them were 500, one of them was 600.
So I'll put this out for you. Check out this crazy fucking stat. I just sold a 3090 for $900 this past week. Okay. That was probably higher than market because I got lucky and used my name to get more money. But if you think about where I also have a launch day 5090 that I paid $1,500 for plus tax. 5 years later, right? 5 years later, 5+ years later, I sold that same 5090 for $900. Right? So if you could keep a 4090 that you paid $1,600 for, say you paid $1,600 for all yours,
Right.
if you could sell it in a year for, I don't know, let's say $1,700, is that a good call if you made money the whole time?
Again, it's all math and it's all prediction.
Yeah, but it's crazy how many viable but what I'm saying is there's like 27 different options and they're all good options.
Right.
Like they're just, and there's no one that's like you and I can't agree on one being right, but at the same point, unlike that conversation about the RAM shortage, we can't agree on being wrong on any of these either.
So now here's the other part of it, and it does go to what you were talking about before as far as content. So having an 8x4090 rig or even a 6x4090 rig, that'd be great for content. I could do all kinds of stuff.
I don't know why you don't.
Because I'm renting it. That's why.
You fucking point a camera to it and film it and say, "This is my rig."
Oh, I've done that. It's actually one of my best videos when I did a lab. I got to do a repeat because that was last August and things have changed. I got to do another follow up on that. I'm like, this took nothing to tape. It was me just going over, hey, this is what it's doing, this is this.
Well, Panda's the king of that. Where do you think I got my ideas from? Panda does that every day.
Not wrong.
But that's good people care about that shit. And nobody has, bro, Max, I would say that your farm is bigger than, I don't know, 99% of people who are renting. Like, forget about the average population. I'm talking the people who have 5090s and 4090s. I only know one person who has more than you.
And that's Panda.
No, it's not Panda. You have way more 5090s and 4090s than Panda. Yeah, you do.
Oh, he just said I do. Okay. All right. I didn't.
I'm not talking GPUs as a whole. Panda has a bunch of. Panda's new name should be Trash Panda Mining because he has so many garbage GPUs, and you can clip that. You should be Trash Panda Mining. You have like 500, 5700 XTs, buddy. You hold on. By the way,
the minor league team in Huntsville, Alabama, where the Redstone rocket was developed. They're called the Trash Pandas because they couldn't use Rocky or Rocket because of the copyright. So basically, they're the Trash Pandas as a result. Anyway, a little bit of trivia there. Trash panda
But
mining.
no, I don't know, man. Like but like with your farm, you could do so much good content, and you could pump it out in such like low quality that's easy to edit and easy to thumbnail, and you would just get free fucking views. And if it ever got stale, you just don't post that. You switch it up.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to a hobbyist about this a long time ago, and he's like, dude, follow it up with another video, like right away with the same format.
That's what I would
Just
do.
make
What do
it
you think I
slightly
do?
different. May have a little bit different angle on it, but generally the same type of thing. Evidently, that's what your people want to see. And I'm like,
Buddy,
yeah, I know.
This conversation we've had since I've got on this stream,
I know.
like I wrote down 17 video ideas that I'm gonna film. So like this is like I go on these streams with you because they're fun, but it's also incredibly productive for me. I get so many fucking video ideas from streaming with you that you'll see on like Crewman Digital is gonna have content coming out the ass. It's just gonna be me talking to the camera every other fucking day. There's so much market things that like so many people are dying for content like this because nobody knows how to read the market as well as we do.
Yeah, my invoice is in the mail, by the way.
Yeah, fuck you. You owe me money after CES, dude. I got you a hip replacement.
No, you got me.
You owe me money. Get out of here.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but yes, you did help me in CES. No question about that.
Yeah, my ass. Help you, my ass. I walked you in the door.
Yes, you did. Literally did to a number of vendors. Yes.
I still haven't heard back from our first appointment on Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
I'm kind of annoyed.
I haven't heard from him.
No,
either.
I sent him a follow-up, and I've been waiting for my shit, and I'm kind of annoyed about it.
I have to send them a follow-up because I really want to change the cooler on my Threadripper system, especially after seeing how much they were using the CPU last night. I mean, they were only using it 25%. The temperatures were reasonable. They weren't ridiculous, but still I could see somebody wanting to, hammer at that CPU.
I mean, I think they're still behind.
Yeah, I'm sure.
On stuff, but like I heard back from like people that I didn't expect to hear back from faster than that. So
I totally agree with you. That's what I found. Obviously, the Exoskeleton store, they got back to me right away. I did hear back from that company I was telling you about as far as the monitoring system for lack of a better way of putting it, for old people that like aren't in assisted living but living at home, and family members want to be able to monitor, make sure they're okay. You put sensors in their homes, so that would have been great. Even though my father was in assisted living, I wish we would have had something like that for him. So I've been talking to a company. We'll put it in my father-in-law's house, but I want to do a video on that because it's important to me. I know how important that technology is, and how valuable it is. So that company, I did talk to them, but they handed me off to somebody else at the company, and that person hasn't gotten back to me yet. So hopefully that will amount to something.
Oh, hey, actually, you know what? You'll think this is interesting. I don't want to say too much about it, but I think I'm getting a Strix Halo AI top laptop.
Really?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, I don't know how much RAM, the RAM I'm gonna get, but I think that'll be some cool content to do. Yeah, that was absolutely a shot in the dark, and that one paid off, and I was like, oh shit. Did you hear back from Gigabyte yet?
No.
Okay.
I mean, other than that general email that he sent out.
Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I think I think that the next, I don't know, I think the next 3 months are going to be incredibly interesting as far as the market goes. I think that OpenAI stuff about the sponsors, I was listening to a podcast that was talking about it. It was Linus's podcast. It was just interesting to hear their take because he's definitely more connected than anybody I know.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if like the sponsorship is a bad idea. Like I don't know if it's like your death row. Like I think if you get so much money in ads, it could stabilize them for long term. Like it's bad until it's not bad. Like I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen. I'm just speculating because I don't know. Like you think it's bad, but is it bad if it gives them that cash infusion that's stable? Like does that fuck up the market? Is that what ends up fucking the market up more than anything else? Because if it buys you another year, what does another year do for the RAM shortage?
Yeah, nobody knows for sure.
I don't know.
I know. Yeah, exactly. Anything I have said, anything you have said, although you're talking about what other people have told you, I'm talking about experience with these types of markets. But
I'm not
either way, we're all speculating as to what the future holds because we just don't know. Other people that have a hell of a lot more money than we do are the ones that are going to define, whether or not AI has this endless supply of money or if that endless supply of money is finally going to dry up. At some point, it's going to dry up, or unless they start making boatloads of money.
It is no, I don't think anybody's disagreeing with that. I think, and I don't have any as far as the OpenAI shit. I don't have any sources on anything. Like the RAM, I have some people telling me things that know stuff, but like this stuff, I'm just an outsider who knows very little.
Mm-hmm.
But I think with the bubble, right? Like, so I use the housing bubble as an example, and I'm not trying to get into housing, but like just leave it at this, right? Like, so say the housing market is double what it was before 2020, right? A crash, like the definition, like the Webster's definition of a crash is 30%, right? Let's just say it's 35%.
Mm-hmm.
So if your house is worth $5 in 2020, if it's worth $12 now and you get a 30% crash, it's still worth $8. So like, even if it crashes based on that definition and a fuck ton of money is lost, everybody who survives, which should be most people, it's still worth more than what it was before.
I mean, that's where I was with the 2008 housing crisis, because I bought my house in 1993.
Yeah. So
my house was still worth more than I paid for it. I was never underwater.
But that's what I'm saying. Like say RAM does crash, right? What if the new normal is like $175 for a kit instead of?
No, I hear what you're saying, but again, it's again, right now we have the new normal. People are growing accustomed to the new normal.
Spot pricing.
When the new normal is accepted, and then all of a sudden we have a 20% off sale, people are going to go out and buy, even though that's still probably 50% higher than what they were paying before. Something. So you get what I'm saying is that you're going to see that drop when things start to head the other direction, and it's not all of a sudden going to be like fire sale, everything back to original prices. It won't be that way.
No. So I think MSRP is now going to, like, I don't know the new term they're going to name it, but MSRP is price decided upon release, basically. It's not going to be what MSRP means. Like, people who are crying, like, we live in a spot market world for PC prices, and it ain't ever going away. Like, all you have to do is look at since the crypto boom, like, we are almost trained that if a GPU is in stock, something's wrong with it. Like, they should be sold out.
You mean like 8 gig 5060 Ti cards?
Which is a great GPU. And I will fight people who tell me it's a bad GPU. They're just wrong. But like, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're going to, like, you know how oil's a spot market? Silicon wafers are spot market. And now they're going to be for the consumer.
Yep.
Like the fact that graphics cards are a fucking store of wealth. Oh, hey, Doombot said manufacturers
hallucinated retail price. MHRP, yes.
But like, I don't know, man. I think that we're in a whole new world, and I think there's going to be a ton of money to be made if you can read the tea leaves.
For those people that are still here, which I thank you all for still being here. I'm going to start a poll.
You got me for 15 more minutes. I'm cutting off it then.
Okay.
I got my internet's dying. My fucking my camera died.
Would you sell a 4090 for if you had one? Let's see. 1800, 2000. I'm not even. 1800 shouldn't even be in there. Say 2000. 2250, 2500, and 3000. What is the price at where you are going to pull the trigger on selling one? And I put the extra L in there. Sell. Rizzo, good to see you. Hey, but you're here. So thank you for that. And no, we're not going to catch you up. We talked about a lot of stuff tonight. I will tell you the one thing that I shared at the very beginning. I'm getting hip replacement on March 11th. So I have that to look forward to, kind of. First week's not fun. First week after surgery is not fun. I do know that.
Yo, get me back in. I think I'm good.
Oh, hold on.
I think my video is good.
All right, you sure?
I don't know. I waited for my camera to. It says it's going.
It's not showing up.
No?
Nope.
I'm here. Hold on. Can I change? Should I try? Can I back out and come back in?
Yeah, try that.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Am I in?
You are in.
Camera?
All right, hold on. I gotta get you.
Man, I ruined the quality of your stream. Jumping around, my camera dying. I'm streaming from the hood, guys.
All right, you're back in. I did learn. So the way I got you out of it, since it wasn't you, I can put myself on highlight.
Oh, nice.
Like I can put you on highlight.
Yeah.
Well, you're watching the stream.
I'll show you my new backdrop.
Oh, there we go.
Can you name all the GPUs in that picture?
Here's one thing I will caution you on, because I have a fairly busy background as well. And I've gotten comments from people that know better saying, you need less stuff in your background. You need less stuff in your background. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's all a work in progress. If I have to change it, I got to change it. But like, it's all stuff that I like.
I don't know if you remember, I used to have like the tiered boxes of 3060 Ti, 3070 boxes, the old NVIDIA ones with all the stripes lined up. So I had that all back there, and I had a whole bunch of like just product back there.
Well, so actually one of the things that I'm marketing to brands is that, like, see this table right there, right? So whenever I do a PC build, when I'm in the process of doing it, that's going to be in the shot, so people see the parts, and the brands love it.
Yeah, that's fine, but that's because that's your workspace.
Yeah.
As opposed to the display. I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, that was just, and I'm going by what other people have told me, because I used to have a lot more stuff behind me.
I mean, look, it's not, look, this is all new to me, right? Like the studio, your stream was a debut. Like it's still not fully ready to be fully filmed in. It's still a little rough around the edges, but you know, it's definitely a work in progress. So, hey, Doombots, that Zotac thing, that was interesting. I'm going to follow up on that and see what I can find out, actually. I'm super interested with that. So, yeah. But Oh, Max, with AMD, Swamp 7 said something interesting. He said, why would you use AMD? Like, do you like Vulkan for AI?
No.
Or are you all CUDA?
All CUDA.
Huh?
All CUDA.
You're all CUDA?
Yes. Rizzo, did he have anterior or posterior? Posterior is like going through like the back of the hip versus the front of the leg. Because the posterior is definitely much harder to recover from. I'm getting the anterior. Much easier. They don't cut any muscle. They don't cut any tendons. They pull the muscle apart and then go in and get access that way.
Hey,
So-
Max, I'm still on your full stream. You have me highlighted, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm on highlighting now.
I like your background. Where'd you get the Max Voltage poster? I want to do that, actually.
That is not a poster. That was, if I remember correctly, Mining King commissioned that from the great Baldini, who's a woodworker, who was in the Misfit Mining. And then,
Yeah, I know
so
he-
he basically carved it. That's a piece of MDF.
Wow.
And then my wife painted it.
Because I would like to get maybe like the Croupman digital logo and the Croupman mining logo, or not mining, the tech one. And I also thought maybe I'll put a monitor right there. And if the stream is like a digital stream, it'll have my logo there. Like power it on like as like on one of these other computers. And if it's like the tech one, it'll have the tech channel. Kind of like what Gamers Nexus does in the background.
Yeah, that's cool.
Just a thought. I don't know.
Yeah.
Dude, I really like your background though. You got so much
Thanks.
cool shit in the back.
I like it too. So my wife, what are those things called? Like that's like my little shoot, what are those things called?
Pops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a few in my gaming room.
Anyway, so that one is me. That was like my wife got me that for Christmas. This is kind of funny. This, my wife got creative. She took the bottom, so that is actually a GPU holder. If you like flipped it down this way, flipped it down that way, it would hold a GPU. Okay, so that Misfit Mining is actually on the bottom of the GPU holder. So what she did is she took purple and green, like crepe paper, and then there's like a can with LEDs wrapped around it, behind it, backlighting it. So that was totally her creation.
That is awesome.
Yeah. And then I've got my Accurest, and that's one thing I gotta do tomorrow too. I gotta transition my Accurest to mainnet. Because I finally went mainnet.
You gotta get rid of your Christmas tree.
That'll probably come down in the next week or two.
God, we took down our decorations like a week later.
Yeah, I used to say it was the Cryptmas tree, because we used to have like all the crypto stickers and stuff on it. We didn't put those
I
on
don't
this
know,
year.
man. I feel like there was no Cryptmas this year.
Yeah. And then the only reason why I have the second light is because that light actually died, and I had to wear out the battery on it completely until it would reset to where I could get it to charge it again. So now I got both lights. I got the lights, one light back here.
Dude, having these dimmers is amazing. Like this whole room is LED dimmers now. So like check this out. Oh wait, Rizzo says sound dampening on the ceiling, a bit of an echo. Yeah, maybe I should. Check this out though. So I'm a big fan of the dimmers. I've never had them in like a studio space before.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I might get sound. I don't know. Everything, like, this is literally day 0 of me in the shed. So everything's a work in progress.
Rizzo, I can tell you that you can get a mic to basically do 90% of what dampening panels is going to do.
Yeah, I'm going to get a better mic. This is literally like.
It's more about settings than anything, but yeah. And like I said, it also has to do with how close you are to it. The closer you are to it, the less reverb you're going to get.
Yeah, no, this is literally just like what I have now. Like I have to get, this is like a $30 mic, and then the camera's just a Sony ZV-1. Like I've got to get better stuff.
Yeah, I couldn't find the Rode contact that I had.
I'll send it. It's on you're on that shared doc, right? It's on the list.
Oh, it is on there? Okay. I need to send him
if
an
it's
email.
not, I'll add it. He never got back to me. I'm going to follow up with him.
Yeah, I gotta follow up with him.
I thought he would. I was surprised I didn't. Him and Thermal Right are the only two that never got back to me. Everybody else responded.
Thermal Right?
No, sorry, Thermal Take.
Okay. I was like, was Thermal right there? Did I miss them?
I would never go to them. They're like,
Why?
They're Chinese government, basically.
Maybe, but they make awesome products.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know, man. I can't support them. That's where I draw the line.
I love their products. They make kick-ass products, and they've pushed all the other vendors in the space to do better. Yeah, Thermal Take, sorry, that is not one, because I've had some bad customer service from them that basically like, yeah, it does that, like my 1550 watt power supply. I'm like, this thing is shutting off when it shouldn't be. Well, yeah, we'll send it back and maybe we'll do something. And I'm like, look, this is well known. I am not stating something that isn't known as an issue with this model. Oh, we haven't really heard that. And I'm like, okay, now you're just full of shit. Everybody in the VAST, like literally I said exactly what was happening. And the guy's like, you have the 1550 watt Thermal Take power supply, don't you? And I'm like, yeah. How did you know? He's like, because that's what happens with all of them. I'm like, damn. Okay. When somebody can guess what your power supply is because of your problem, that's crazy.
So I ran the CPS coolers on Salad, 1,000 water, and it did great. And like I asked her, and she's like, just tell me how many 2,500 waters you want, and I'll send them to you. So like I'm kind of tempted to try at least one or two of them and put them on a rig. You could power what, like 2 5090s with a 2,500 water?
Yeah, you should be able to. Yeah, easly.
Plus the regular hardware. She said you could do 4, but I'm like, yeah, you can't.
No, not 4.
But there's four slots.
That may be, but it's a 2,500
no, I know.
watt.
Listen, I told her you can't do 4. I get it.
No, you can't. That leaves you 100 watts extra, and you have no buffer whatsoever.
No. But what's the minimum you'd use? 1,300 watts for 5090?
I use 1,200 watt as a minimum. I actually have one of my rigs running with 1,000 watt. It does work. But it depends on what your hardware is. I mean, again, when you're talking about a VAST rig, you know, I'm running it on a 5700X. It's a 75 watt CPU, if that. So it's nothing's pulling a lot of power except for the GPU. So 1,000 watt, 600 watts, having a 400 watt buffer, yeah, it's fine. So,
yeah.
Alrighty, well, you have 2 minutes until you turn into a pumpkin, so we should probably call it a stream because, damn, this has been 4 hours.
It was a good one.
Yeah, it was. Definitely. So appreciate you being on here. Again, thank you to Hobbyist for being on for as long as he was. I know he didn't plan on being on that long, but hey, it's the way it works sometimes.
Good conversations.
Oh, Rizzo says, my 5070 has been rented for days on Salad, 14.4 cents. That's awesome. I have a 4090 on Salad that hasn't been rented at all for about 4 or 5 days.
You know, honestly, so I need heat in this room. I'm seriously considering just putting a 5090 somewhere in here and just putting it on Salad. I don't know.
Well, Salad isn't going to generate much heat.
It did that big job batch when we got all that, when they spent all that advertising money. My shed was cooking.
Okay.
It was.
Yeah.
Cooking,
right now,
man.
I'm making a half a cent an hour with my 4090. But I was making a good buck earlier, like when they had 4090 jobs. Just right now, 4090s are moderate right now. They're not high. Oh, I'm sorry. They're not even. Yeah, they're low right now. But it is interesting. It looks like they, oh no, I guess not. I was thinking that they were, yeah, they are raising the price. They have raised the price to like 13.1 cents. So I don't know. Hopefully the demand will come back for that. 5090s have not been in demand for quite a while. They are making like nothing. Nada on salad.
All right.
Anyway, alrighty, guys. Well, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. All you guys that stuck it out the whole way. Appreciate it. Well, let me end the poll. So it appears that 2250 is the winning number, but it's pretty spread out. Pretty darn spread out as to how much people would accept. So again, thanks everyone who voted. Let me end that poll. Tube and Jar, welcome. Alrighty, guys. Again, thank you guys all for being here. I appreciate it. And as always, no tabs were harmed in the making of this video.
I
Have a good
killed
night.
8 of them.
See, that's why I can't invite him anymore. All right, have a good night, everybody.